Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Welcome to the Senate Finance Committee. Today is Thursday, February 5th. We're going to have 9 bills today, which I will read the order. And it probably won't be this order because senators are coming and going from other committees, but we'll do our best. I will remind our audience you have 2 minutes to testify. Please stick to the 2 minutes. Our sponsors have as much time as they need to explain a bill. The bill order today, maybe, it's probably not. It already changed? Senator Watson's here, right? All right.
Senator Hester is here.
Okay, Senator Hester's going to start with Senate Bill 300, then Senate Bill 154, 217, 261, 249, 279, 136, and Senate Bill 6. And somewhere in all this, Senate Bill 303 when Senator Kagan is here. So Senator Hester, thank you for being here. Do you have a panel?
I do.
You can bring your panel up. Thank you. This is Economic Development, Rural Readiness Program, and Rural Maryland Capacity Building Fund Establishment. So, Senator, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair Beidel. Members of the committee, it's great to be back in finance. For the record, my name is Senator Katie Fry Hester, here to present Senate Bill 300, which would establish the Rural Readiness Program at the Rural Maryland Council to offer targeted capacity building to support rural communities across our great state. Rural communities and small nonprofits that serve them often lack the capacity to compete for funding, not because of a shortage of ideas or vision, but because limited infrastructure, staffing, and resources constrain their ability to position themselves for growth. Nearly half of Maryland's municipalities, roughly 70 to 80 towns, have populations under 1,000, meaning many local governments operate with very minimal staff and administrative capacity. This challenge is compounded by the nonprofit landscape. 66% of nonprofits statewide bring in less than $25,000 annually, leaving little ability to support grant writing, compliance, and early planning work. As a result, rural communities may have strong ideas and pressing needs, but remain structurally disadvantaged in an increasingly complex state and federal funding systems. Has anybody here ever tried to apply for a state grant? It's not that easy. So Senate Bill 300 addresses these challenges through proactive measures to support the foundational work that is often necessary to secure state and federal funding. And to that end, the Rural Readiness Program would do 3 things. First, it would assist small towns and small nonprofits that lack the capacity to compete for funding through a pilot reimbursement grant program, providing up to $50,000 per community. Second, it would create a capacity building fund for early planning and pre-development activities, such as strategic plans, building plans, feasibility studies, and market analysis. And third, it would allow the Rural Maryland Council to certify participants, giving them priority in the Rural Maryland Council grant funding decisions. This program is flexible and inclusive of a variety of communities who may benefit from its targeted support. Eligible applicants include local governments, tax-exempt organizations, including community foundations, state-recognized tribes, institutions of higher education, and regional planning, economic, and workforce development organizations. Colleagues, as we work to actively develop Maryland's statewide economy, it's imperative that our underserved rural communities are not left behind and are instead proactively equipped to participate fully in our growth. Senate Bill 300 would meet this goal through the establishment of a targeted rural readiness program that helps these communities build their capacity, compete more effectively for funding, and create new opportunities for internal success. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 300.
Thank you. Let's go to the rest of your panel, and then we'll have questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council. We're an independent state agency located in the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Here today in support of Senate Bill 300. I want to thank Senator Hester for sponsoring this legislation and for describing what the bill does. As you may know, we administer grant programs at the Rural Maryland Council, the Maryland Agriculture Education and Rural Development Assistance Fund, and the Rural Maryland Prosperity Investment Fund. These programs are oversubscribed. They're in demand. Last year, we received over 170 applications requesting over $14 million. We were able to offer 62 grant awards in an amount of about $5.5 million. So of those, there's 110 that aren't making, they aren't receiving an award. And above those, we would say about 10 to 20 of those just are not in the ballpark. They're not ready for whatever reason. Some of them can be related to their projects. We don't know if they have site control. We don't know if they've done their permitting yet. We don't know if they've got a sustainability plan. Do they have construction timelines? For programs, we look at their board of directors. Sometimes we see they only have like 2 or 3. We can see that on a 990. Things like strategic plans. So we want to support that development in the earlier stages so that they have that foundation for when they are ready to apply. And it isn't just about applying for grants. We want them to start to think about things like revenue generation, alternative financing. We find some organizations, if they've got revenue generation, they could be looking at things like new market tax credits. There's a lot of rural jurisdictions that are eligible for those that aren't able to apply. It requires a pretty complex skill level to be able to apply for those funds. So the technical assistance is greatly needed. What we find with our competitive programs is they don't often get awards. So we believe that this program will help support that activity and help those small entities be successful for those resources. So please ask for your favorable support of Senate Bill 300. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Committee. I am testifying on behalf of the Rural Maryland Council and Frederick County Progressives in strong support of Senate Bill 300, which would establish the Rural Readiness Program and the Rural Maryland Capacity Building Fund. Senate Bill 300 addresses a fundamental challenge for rural communities in Maryland. While many rural areas possess strong ideas, committed leadership, and significant economic potential, they often lack staffing, technical assistance, and planning resources necessary to compete effectively for grants and development opportunities. The Rural Readiness Program administered by the Rural Maryland Council enables communities to establish a strong foundation prior to seeking major funding. The program offers technical assistance, training, and planning support, allowing communities to assess their strengths, identify gaps, enhance governance and financial readiness, and set realistic priorities. Communities that complete the program demonstrate their preparedness to manage public funds responsibly. Prioritizing these communities for certain grants represents responsible stewardship of taxpayer resources. The bill also establishes the Rural Maryland Capacity Building Fund, which complements the Readiness Program by supporting the transition from planning to implementation. The grants facilitate collaborative planning, regional partnerships, organizational development among local governments and nonprofit organizations. Instead of funding isolated projects, the fund invests in long-term capacity of rural communities to sustain economic development. Together, these programs establish an effective pipeline. First, communities build readiness, then they receive targeted support, strengthen capacity, and implement their plans. This approach reduces the incidence of failed projects, unused grants, and missed opportunities. Senate Bill 300 does not lower standards, rather it increases the likelihood of success. It contributes to a thoughtful and practical investment in improvement outcomes and more sustainable economic growth for rural Maryland. On behalf of the Rural Maryland Council and Frederick County Progressives, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 300.
Thank you. Are you, Mr. Reed, Bill Reed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and esteemed colleagues. I'm the president of Masons Lane Community Center in Dorchester County, and we are a recipient of Rural Maryland Council funding. I want to voice the strong support for Senate Bill 300, this economic development rural readiness program. Our state is currently facing significant challenges regarding funding, but it's exacerbated in small communities. Families and businesses are grappling with insufficiency of resources to support an aging population. Senate Bill 300 proposes a clear and effective solution. The bill will provide essential tools for organizations encourage small groups to sustain their efforts, improve funding mechanisms, and offer incentives for younger generations to contribute to their communities. This legislation is a crucial way to directly address the lack of funding that is often seen in rural areas. Beyond the moral imperative, this is a practical matter. Placing this bill and passing it will empower small rural communities to become more competitive and self-sufficient. Timely action on this bill is essential. I urge the Finance Committee to support Senate Bill 300 and vote in favor of this legislation, ensuring a better future for all constituents. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. I do not see any questions from the committee, so thank you very much. We have two additional favorables. Oh, I'm sorry, John. Senator Mount.
Just real quick, I'm sorry I came in late. I didn't know my constituent was here, and I'm so proud and honored to see you here. Thank you for taking the time to testify. Thank you.
Senator. So we'll have the next two people come up. Can leave the table, please. Richard Reinhardt from Percy Public Affairs and Carrington Anderson from MACO.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs. I would just like to thank the panel and the senator, the sponsoring of this bill. This is a critical bill for a lot of my clients that I represent in Western Maryland, particularly in Allegheny County. You know, when I first introduced the proposed legislation to the mayors of the city of Frostburg and the city of Cumberland, Western Maryland Scenic Railroad, the Allegheny Museum, these are my clients. They literally jumped at the chance saying this is exactly what we need here in Allegheny County. This is an important bill that we need to help support, and that's why we're here. I don't want to go into a lot of my written testimony. There's also attached letters from the Scenic Railroad along with the museum, and I think they've done an exceptional job speaking very eloquently, much like with the panel before me. So I'll just say this, that this is something that, with a bipartisan effort in the House and Senate, this is something that will be a positive impact to a lot of your rural communities across the state. With the enactment of this legislation, it will enhance economic development. It will provide priority rural needs. That the program itself will ensure rural communities do receive the necessary support and resources to address their specific economic needs that are impacting them, not only in Western Maryland, but across the lower parts of Maryland and the Eastern Shore. So with that, I just humbly request that this committee provides a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Carrington Anderson with the Maryland Association of Counties, speaking in support of Senate Bill 300. You have my written testimony, so I will be brief. We really appreciate Senator Hester sponsoring this bill, and counties do play a crucial role in economic development, and we think that this bill will be a helpful tool in the toolkit to help rural counties in economic development. So we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Senator Ellis.
Thank you for your testimony. What defines a rural county in Maryland, please?
Thank you, Senator. I think that the state has data on that, and I can happy to get that from, but I don't know the exact definition.
Okay.
But I'm happy to get back to you with that.
So what counties would benefit from being in MACO working? What counties are classified rural counties?
Thank you, Senator. It would probably be everyone minus the big, well, besides 7 of them. So Charles County would be included in that,
Rural county?
I believe.
So you have a list of all the rural counties?
Well, we have the big 8, and Harford County typically does fall under the rural counties. So I'm happy to ensure, I don't know if the bill differentiates which counties are rural in here, but happy to follow up with you. But it would most likely be 17 or 18 counties.
Okay, so is that articulated in the bill, which are rural counties? I mean, does it refer anywhere what is a rural county and the definition and where
Sorry,
the
that is laid
benefits
out.
would be?
Senator, if I can just add to your question, if you look on page 3 of the legislation, lines 7 through 8, it says rural community has the meaning stated in section 2-207 of the state finance and procurement article. That doesn't spell it all out, but there is a reference to defining what a rural community is in the bill.
So which is,
I can get back to you and look at that specifically, see
Senator,
what those.
our counsel she's going to search that for you. It's in the code, a definition.
it's in the code? Yeah.
She'll offer
so,
that.
yeah, thank you. So we're always searching for, these definitions. Because I asked the question because a lot of these funds that go for the rural communities, they end up in other counties, and I don't see them in Charles County. And so I just want to know that when we do things for rural communities, we know that even Charles County, which is the only majority black rural community by law, get those resources also. So many people just steal our benefits and it goes to majority white communities, in the rural areas. And so I would definitely support this bill, but make sure that we know exactly where all the rural communities are. And even if they're a majority black community, but these resources come there also. And that's my concern, okay? I've seen so much of that here in my several years here. And these programs are set up, and I don't see it in Charles County. And our constituents don't see it at all. And that's definitely wrong. I've been fighting against that ever since and advocating for inclusion in these bills. In the previous administration, there are bills that just name the counties that these benefits go to, right? And we kind of were able to fix that. So please get back to me what the rural counties are, and we'll definitely follow up as this bill goes through and make sure everyone know what these rural counties are. And these programs must show up in all these counties that the state will sponsor these bills. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you very much. That
Thank you, Madam
ends
Chair.
the hearing on Senate Bill 300. I think, is Senator Watson here? Senator Watson, would you like to come up? And I understand you want to add Steve Leitis and Benjamin Orsix to your
Yes.
panel.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of Finance Committee. I'm Senator Ron Watson, representing the 23rd District of Maryland. I'm here to present Senate Bill 154. This bill is a vital modernization of Maryland's Uniform Commercial Code, UCC, to ensure our state remains a competitive and safe place to conduct business in the digital age. The UCC provides the rules for commercial law in nearly every transaction we rely on, from bank deposits to secured loans. Its adoption in every state allowed for the development of strong interstate markets, giving Americans the legal structure necessary to conduct business with confidence. However, the UCC was developed in the 1940s and 50s for a goods-based economy. It has been updated from time to time. However, to keep pace with technological developments, it must now be updated to reflect our shift towards services, software, and it must be updated now in this information-based technology environment. Senate Bill 154 implements the 2022 amendments to accommodate emerging technologies like distributed ledger technology and artificial intelligence. To understand why the bill is necessary, we must look at how it directly benefits Maryland businesses and consumers. Currently, a Maryland small business owner or consumer who holds digital assets has difficulty using them as collateral for a bank loan because the law doesn't clearly define the manner of perfection of security interest in collateral of this type. Perfecting a security interest ensures that no other party can claim rights to the same collateral. Senate Bill 154 provides a clear perfection by control framework, allowing banks to securely lend against these assets, lowering the cost of credit for our entrepreneurs. Maryland companies can use digital products passports to prove the authenticity of products. Under Article 12, a buyer who acquires the controllable electronic record, or CER, associated with a shipment of high-value goods can rest assured they have legal title to both the digital data and the physical product. By recognizing controllable payment intangibles, we allow for the secure transfer of electronic promissory notes. This streamlines the secondary mortgage market, reducing paperwork and legal risk when home loans are sold or leveraged among financial institutions. If Maryland consumers buy a digital asset in good faith, they shouldn't have to worry about a hidden lien from a previous owner. SB 154's take-free rules ensures that innocent purchasers are protected, mirroring the same protections we have for cash and checks. Controllable electronic records, or CERs, creates a new category for assets like virtual currencies and non-fungible tokens, known as NFTs. They are unique digital identifiers, NFTs, that are recorded on blockchain and used to certify ownership and authenticity. Legal control defines the digital equivalent of physical possession, the power to use an asset and prevent others from doing so. In modernizing terminology, we redefine sign to include electronic signatures and record to replace writing, bringing our laws into the 20th century. Maryland is currently at a competitive crossroad. As of today, over 30 states have already adopted these amendments. Even New York has signed them into law to remain a global financial capital. If we do not pass Senate Bill 154, we invite forum shopping, where businesses choose Virginia or Delaware over Maryland simply because those states offer the legal clarity we currently lack. We cannot afford to let Maryland fall behind our neighbors in the digital economy. And in conclusion, SB 154 does not regulate assets as securities or change tax law. It simply provides the rules of the road for commerce. By adopting these amendments, we facilitate commercial activity, reduce transaction costs, and provide the legal certainty Maryland needs to thrive. I respectfully urge a favorable report. I am joined here today by Mr. Steve Leitis and virtually by Ben Orzeski, because they are the experts and they can answer the questions of something that has this technological framework wrapped around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll hear from both of your witnesses and then do questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Vidal and Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee, Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Maryland's enactment of the 2022 amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code. I'm Steve Leitis. I serve as a member of the Maryland Uniform Law Commission and the National Uniform Law Commission, which is where Mr. Orzeski is. The UCC is the nation's premier set of business rules of the road. It works because it is uniform. Modern commerce is not confined by state lines. Maryland businesses buy, sell, borrow, and pledge collateral across the country every day. When the governing legal framework is substantially the same from state to state, parties can transact with confidence at lower cost and with fewer delays. Uniformity matters in three concrete ways. First, it provides predictability. Lenders and counterparties can price risk and extend credit, knowing that core concepts such as perfection, priority, negotiability, and enforcement will be interpreted consistently across jurisdictions. Second, it lowers transaction costs. Uniform rules reduce the need for bespoke documentation, 50 state legal analyses for different law, and expensive workarounds that otherwise become necessary when one state's law diverges. Third, it supports liquidity and capital formation. Secondary markets, including sales of loans, securitizations, receivables financing, depend on widely shared legal expectations. When a state is an outlier, counterparties often respond by avoiding that state's law, as Senator Watson just described, demanding higher rates or limiting credit availability. These amendments modernize the UCC for electronic commerce, including emerging digital asset and blockchain-enabled transactions, while preserving the UCC's central promise, a stable, nationwide framework for business. 33 states have already enacted these amendments, and 5 more are considering them now. It is rapidly approaching uniformity nationwide. Enacting them in Maryland keeps our businesses competitive with states that have already upgraded to the latest amendments. It keeps our commercial law aligned with our sister states, and it keeps Maryland a predictable place to lend, invest, and grow. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Steve. Ben, you can unmute if you haven't already and do your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. My name is Ben Orzeski. I'm Chief Counsel at the Uniform Law Commission, testifying today from Chicago. The 2022 amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code became necessary because technology had outpaced the law, as happens from time to time. These amendments were drafted in public meetings of working group made up of experts with over 150 observers who participated. Became necessary because of a new type of property that was invented 15, 20 years ago and lives on a blockchain. We call it by commonly cryptocurrency or NFTs. But these amendments were drafted, like all uniform laws, using technologically neutral terms. So ideally, they'll also work for whatever technology replaces blockchain or builds upon blockchain into the future. There are two main things that these amendments will do to improve the law governing commercial transactions involving these assets. The first is it will ensure they are negotiable so that transactions using these type of assets can also share the same take-free rules, so that somebody who accepts payment using a cryptocurrency can be confident that they won't have to give up the cryptocurrency if it later turns out that the buyer didn't have a full claim to the cryptocurrency. So this puts it on a level playing ground along with cash, checks, other forms of payment. The second thing it does is clarify the rules for using cryptocurrency and similar assets as collateral for a loan, and it allows lenders to get into the business of lending against these assets, and will bring down the cost of credit for entrepreneurs who choose to use them. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I ask you for your support on this important legislation, and I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you. So do I have questions from the committee for Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator, thank you for this bill. Technical issue, as a CPA, Uniform Commercial Code is like in my wheelhouse. So the Uniform Commercial Code is basically agreement on the states in how to handle business, right?
It's the rules of the road, yes.
Rules of the road, right. So this law passed, basically, does all the states have to adopt the law before it becomes part of the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code?
No.
Or is it?
The effort is for that to happen for the reasons that we've just described, but business goes on under the prior version of the UCC. As Senator Watson mentioned, it's been amended from time to time, and it can't be done simultaneously, but it's Maryland's turn.
So basically, how many states have to, say, pass a law for it to become part of the Uniform Code? Is there a number, or what's the procedure with that?
Every state that passes the amendments will have the latest version or the latest flavor of the law, if you will. It's a substantial document or substantial documents already being used on a daily basis around the country. It doesn't hit a tipping point where it will become uniform. Just every state that has the latest version of it will have access to the latest tools, which Mr. Orzeski just outlined. So there's an enactment committee from the Uniform Law Commission that's working to assist local commissioners like me as a member of the Maryland Law Commission, Uniform Law Commission, to present it for our states. We believe, or I suspect, that at the rate we're going, which will probably be 38 enactments by the end of the current legislative season, we will be within a year or two of full uniformity.
Okay, great. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, do I have any other questions on this bill? Thank you very much for your testimony, and that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 154.
Thank you, Chair Beidel. Thank you.
I see Senator Mary Washington's with us. Can I also bring up with you Christopher Cano, who's favorable? Christopher, will you come to the table too, please? This is Senate Bill 217, Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund alterations.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Senator Mary Washington, pleased to present Senate Bill 217. Again, good afternoon, Chair Beidel and everyone. Under Maryland law, cannabis sales and use tax are distributed quarterly, okay? And there's a specific formula that is in the tax code. The first 25% of tax revenue goes into the general fund, and then the remaining 75% is distributed as required by several different distributions. In the first quarter, there was of 2025, Maryland remitted about $26 million in adult use cannabis sales. The first 25%, as I said, went to the general fund. And just after that, and then there was these required administrative costs that go to the Cannabis Commission. And then after that, there was about $10 million that remained to be distributed, 35% to the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund, and about $500,000 each to counties. There is a Cannabis Public Health Fund, and then there's a Cannabis Business Assistance Fund. So the average quarterly distribution just to CRF is about $4 million, and an average annual of about 17.5. And why I bring this up is that this is not a marginal or incidental revenue stream. And it's important because this represents tens of millions of dollars of investments, and we want to make sure that there are really clear guardrails and consistent oversight. Now, you may recall that when we first created, or the legislature first created the CRF fund, there was just very sort of simple instructions for how it could be used. It just said funding community-based initiatives intended to benefit low-income communities, funding community-based initiatives that disproportionately impacted areas, and any area administrative expenses. Okay. Last year, we took up and did through Chapter 197 real initial steps at really trying to get an administrative and a good framework, right? It clarified some laws. It required that there be county spending plans. It established, as introduced, it established an advisory body, and we really better defined eligible uses. And again, the goal has always been to make sure that the dollars are additive, right, that they're targeted, and that they were responsive specifically to individuals disproportionately harmed by cannabis enforcement. So now our counties are implementing those requirements, and we're beginning to see, I'm in dialogue with the Office of Social Equity, some patterns that are arising. So first, some jurisdictions have proposed using the CRF funds to support programs that are traditionally funded through ongoing state or federal sources. In particular, because of the cuts in federal sources, some are looking for an opportunity to supplant those and to maintain their baseline social services. Again, this approach risks treating the CRF as a replacement funding stream rather than the investment tool it was designed. Second, we are seeing allocations directed to already funded government agencies rather than through the community-driven reinvestment process. In at least one instance, a significant share of funds was absorbed into an existing government operations, again, blurring the line. And the third is that the oversight and public engagement varies widely across the counties. Some have really robust commissions and transparent processes. In fact, I was online looking and I noticed that Charles County was actually hosting a webinar about the CRF, and I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. And others, it's primarily relied on the executive or the budget offices, and it's had limited community input. So additionally, several jurisdictions have just accumulated large balances. So taken together, these risk diluting our legislative intent. So without clear statutory direction, the dollars could drift. It could become sort of a general purpose slush fund, and the communities most impacted by cannabis. Criminalization may not see the benefit. So this bill specifically addressed what's being seen. So it does require consultation with the Office of Social Equity before any kind of amendment on the spending plans. Now, want to be clear that this is not, it cannot be amended in contradiction to anything is in law. In other words, your plan can't be amended for childcare, or it can't be amended to fix a road. It might be, oh, we thought we were going to spend this, be able to allocate this amount to some agency, but we're not going to be able to do that. So, and then secondly, it really clarifies, it reinforces that the dollars must be supplemental and not supplant. When I observed this last year, I observed the transfer of about $5 million to another municipal agency. I contacted our AG and said, what can we do? And she said, well, it's not as, it needs to be clear about that. And so that's what we're really reinforcing in this bill, that it is supplemental and it should not supplant. And then also it strengthens compliance and accountability to ensure that the expenders align. So again, these are not new policy directions. They are course corrections. And the idea is to protect the integrity of this fund. Now, I've drafted an amendment at the request of the Comptroller's Office to clarify or remove the provision that the Comptroller work in consultation with the Office of Social Equity to ensure compliance. We had already straightened that out in last year's bill, but there was one line still left from the old legislation. We also understand and appreciate that MACO has an amendment to clarify some of the reporting expectations, and their thought is to add some flexibility. But geography is really important. Okay, so again, we know that certain communities are more divested than others. So I'm in conversation thinking that, well, you could have smaller, it could be a census tract or a zip code. You know, maybe they don't have entire neighborhoods or et cetera that they can target, but there still should be a way to trace where the money is being invested. And third, while I recognize the capacity concerns and share them with the Office of Social Equity and fully support aligning the resources and responsibility with our policy, but believe that should be done through the budget process and perhaps through budget amendment. So thank you so much for your consideration. I respectfully ask for a favorable report, and if anyone has any questions or comments.
Thank you. We're going to ask Christopher to testify and then ask questions of the panel. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. SEIU Local 500 members who I represent are tens of thousands of workers across Maryland, and including many who live and serve in communities that have borne the brunt of decades of over-policing, racialized enforcement, and mass criminalization, particularly related to the war on drugs. This bill takes an important and necessary step towards repairing those harms through a restorative justice framework that centers equity, transparency, and community control. And for far too long, cannabis enforcement has disproportionately targeted urban communities and communities of color, resulting in lost employment opportunities, family destabilization, economic disinvestment, and generational trauma. And while cannabis legalization for adult use in Maryland has ended many arrests, legalization alone does not undo the damage caused by decades of punitive policy. This bill rightly recognizes that reinvestment and repair must be intentional, accountable, and guided by communities that are most impacted by over-policing. Now, we strongly support the bill's emphasis on funding behavioral health services, workforce development, housing stability, youth programs, and support for individuals and families impacted by incarceration. These investments directly address the root causes and long-term consequences of over-policing and are essential to building safer, healthier, and more economically stable communities. This bill also affirms that public safety is best achieved through opportunity, care, and community investment, not through continued surveillance and criminalization. By placing the administration of the fund under under the direction of the Office of Social Equity, requiring meaningful community consultation. This bill helps ensure that those most harmed by past policies have a real voice in shaping the path forward. And this bill moves Maryland closer to a model of justice that is restorative rather than punitive and equitable rather than extractive. And for these reasons, SEIU Local 500 urges the committee to issue a favorable report. And thank you very much to Senator Mary Washington for her commitment to advancing equity and justice here in Maryland.
Thank you, Christopher. Do I have any questions for the sponsor? I do. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just was going through, Senator Washington, sir. Just was going through Mako's testimony.
Yeah.
And it said several jurisdictions have not yet received funding or have been unable to expend funds locally due to unclear statutory definitions. So could you address that and how your bill specifically allows or helps the county identify these areas where funding could be utilized?
Yeah, so I think, one, it is targeting and really placing squarely that the Office of Social Equity really is that resource place for them to address those. Secondly, the bill does ask simply for people to describe, well, I guess, let me, instead of trying to sort of answer it this way, one of the things is that I think the original set of directions was not clear, and that it was that local governments just received the money and didn't know what to do with it. I was listening to a council meeting in St. Mary's County, and they were saying, well, what do we do with this money? And I think positioning ourselves or positioning the Office of Social Equity as being that place to help guide them is what's needed. I think we're really clear in the law what can be done. Yeah, so this bill just tightens up a little more, and by focusing on that the office is the center, that this list of allowable expenses, are just that. And if the committee has some additional language that they think might further clarify, but I think I will point to page 3 of the bill and say, look, this is clearly to serve the public interests that's stated in the law. So if they just look back and see that this is about communities disproportionately impacted, but there's also, we never removed the existing law, the existing part of the law that said it could be used for communities that are low income. So I think that the perception of not being able to appropriate the monies that they get in the district might be helped by getting some support and interpretation from the office.
Okay, because on even that response it seems a little vague on trying to do this, and I would think with bringing a bill forward that would be more clearly defined, especially if Mako is stating that there is a problem on how counties are trying to do that.
All right, then we're going to do this. All right, so let's go to page 5. So in page 5, if you note, it clarifies who a stakeholder is. Okay, so again, it's not ambiguous. Again, I drafted the bill, so this wasn't something that was just sent to me. So I do understand that thinking about what a stakeholder is. So it tells very clearly that it's somebody who is in this area. It describes what a community-based organization is. And then it very clearly says any other individual or community-based organization that has demonstrated experience and expertise in addressing social equity and harm, et cetera. So I do think we're adding some more language. And then at the bottom of page 5, we make clear that this plan should be publicly available. And then also that the county should identify a geographic area. So if if there isn't a geographic area, then perhaps there is a subpopulation. But and so this is simply about the report,
Yeah.
right? So I think some people interpret it as you have to pick a geographic area to invest in. So this is just simply about the report.
Right.
So I generally believe that
Okay.
just having some direct contact. So it wasn't a fluff answer, Senator. It really was that there needs to be someone from the state and the Office of Social Equity that can really work with counties to really help them understand how to use them. And that authority hasn't really been clear.
Okay, and I understand that, and I understand, you saying that the OSE was going to help them utilize it, but I still think that the counties were, again, if I'm reading Mako's testimony correctly, still saying that the counties are even having problems identifying the areas still. And that seems concerning. In fact, they even said, particularly around what constitutes a low-income community. So I'm just wondering if the guidelines were maybe not accurate or again, a bit vague in how these areas are identified. And so, we had the Office of Social Equity come in and earlier in the session and provide a legislative update on what's going on. And I think they expressed some of the same concerns, and they did talk about there being legislation that could help. I'm wondering, one, if this is it. I don't know if they're.
Yes, this is it.
Okay, so what else they talked about was expanding OSE's roles to include oversight, monitoring, and accountability for the CRRF implementation. You'd mentioned that a little bit as well, too, about making sure that the funds are going to the appropriate uses. You did say that you did not like the idea of it supplanting the loss of federal funds.
Well, it's not that I don't like the idea. It's the law that we as a legislature placed for the purpose of this fund.
Right. So
and that in the original law that was passed through this committee, originally you all said that the money from this fund should not be used to supplant. I added additional language to further clarify what replace and supplant is. So this was your language.
Yeah, we had this conversation about the lottery money for education, didn't we, many years ago? What supplanting and replacing was and how that worked. But I think it's still, I think it's still very concerning because, again, if the loss of federal funds are no longer there, is this then an avenue to take care of those needs? Or, from your perspective, what the bill is saying is not to be utilized for that. But just to go back finally on.
Could I just comment on that just a little bit, if you don't mind?
Of course.
I mean, I know you have it.
No, that's fine.
So, and it's actually why we created, I guess, the lockbox for the education. Like, in this situation, there is a population that has need of investment, right? And prior to the revenue coming from cannabis, we didn't have that money. So for communities that are disproportionately impacted, for the families of returning citizens, for communities where these individuals are returning and they don't have education, and so because of the way they look, they don't get the kind of investments, right? And so this was seen as an opportunity to invest in those communities. If we take that money, invested in a need that's already identified, and spending it on something else, this doesn't go away. That need doesn't go away. Those persons that are returning don't go away. Those communities that have been divested in don't go away. They just simply have less and less. So focusing on the range of things here, there's quite a lot. Behavioral health, education, after-school programs. I do think creative legislators working in consultation or getting advice or support understand that those communities need that investment and that it is in the public interest that communities that have been disproportionately impacted by over arrests, that those communities improve and that their life chances improve. And this money in those targeted at those communities or in these interests would be of benefit.
Okay, final question. I appreciate that. You did talk about reporting requirements, and OSE mentioned that as well, too.
Yeah.
Does the bill strengthen that to assure, as you mentioned at the very onset, the biggest pot of money from the cannabis tax outside the general fund goes to this program, the CRRF program? I think it was 35% was the number.
That doesn't change.
Yeah, no, I know. But my point being that this is the biggest chunk of money going out somewhere outside the general fund. Are we?
And outside the administration of the cannabis. That's quite a lot of money.
Because they're taken
there.
right off the top, and they're not backed by a percentage, but the largest percentage is going to this. Again, the accountability of that money, reporting requirements. Who is responsible under this legislation, if it's changed or if it hasn't changed, who is responsible to make sure that this money is going to the appropriate programs? And more so on what you just talked about, that citizens of Maryland are seeing results from this, that they are seeing a definite change in what you had just talked about, and they could recognize that this program is, or maybe it's not working. I don't know. But I think we need to know who is responsible for that oversight and who is responsible for reporting back to, this legislative body that this is working.
So I'm happy to accept an amendment that includes reporting back to this committee or these committees. So I think that is probably a really good idea. Ultimately, the fiscal responsibility is for the local jurisdiction that receives the money, right? We've not established any clawback mechanisms or anything like that. We haven't done any of that. But the reporting has to be publicly advertised. So that's one of the things, is that we've added that it has to be made public and that the plan should be made public. I think that makes it.
Reporting and the plan.
Yeah, the plan itself.
How about results?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right. And so developing measures for how the program works, I think would be beneficial, but not at this time. They're still figuring out, but we could think about some measures, whether it's number of individuals attending programs, whether it's more investments. I mean, there's lots of things we could think about, but this bill is just really focused on the state's relationship with the local jurisdictions and better aligning the instructions with legislative intent. And there definitely could be more to do. We have lots of funds we don't really regulate in that way, so I wouldn't want to go do much more for this one. But
I think we're
this
turning
one
to a
is
direction that the taxpayers do want to see where their money's going right now.
right,
with
and
respect
so
to government
this
spending, so-
I think is one of the most clear funds that really very clearly articulates what the types of programs that are happening, and in my designing of it, it was designed with that objective, to have both community level participation. I didn't want it to just become another government program managed just by the local entity, and really wanted to try to provide a space that communities are making that decision.
Okay, I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hayes?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. This is really important to me because I sponsored the amendment that created the Community Reinvestment Act. And part of that was recognizing that there's so many communities around our state that was disproportionately affected by the so-called war on drugs and other things. And so we wanted to make sure that we righted the harms in those communities. One of the things that we did and we were intentional about is making sure that the funds flowed into community-based organizations that was making a difference in those communities. And it looked like you further articulated that, which is the right direction. Where I give pause is it sounds like we've also expanded the eligibility maybe to local governments. And in cases where local governments have had the opportunity to have funding, although we say in statute they can't supplement this stuff or supplant the money, they often do. You look at the local impact funds that come from casinos. In all cases, most of our local governments figure out a way to redistribute that. Is it the intent of this to invite government into the pool?
No, absolutely not. It's the opposite. It's really reaffirming by identifying in this section around stakeholders and who, page 5, it's not government. It's looking at community-based organizations, individuals, that they've really, that's where that is. If the committee I maintain, if you want to get rid of that loophole, I would suggest that the committee could clean up one where it says funding community-based initiatives intended to benefit low-income communities. That has a lot of flexibility in it, and if you wanted to go further and reference something else, but we could possibly do that later. But I think the locals, I think what we did was further define, what, yeah, that would be my answer, is that if you wanted to make that more clear, this section about, how the fund is to be used, and then also there's a section that really talks about, who gets the money and, directing it somewhere else. But I think this does a good, it absolutely should not be interpreted in any way to allow a local government to say, oh, we have an after-school program.
Right. Let's
take that money there.
Yeah, and I think we could work with council, and I think what raised the red
sounds good.
flag to me, I immediately went to the Baltimore City testimony, and it says the BCA, which stands for Baltimore City Administration, meaning Baltimore City government, supports the changes proposed in Senate Bill 217 that would no longer require that all funding be directed to community-based organizations, and that local jurisdictions will have more latitude. Now, maybe they read the bill wrong or something. I'll
You have to ask,
follow up with council.
your council drafted the bill, they worked with, if they, maybe we get somebody to rule on it, we can fix that, because that is not, and I know that's the story that's being told there, but that is absolutely not.
We'll
what it's
follow up
doing.
with it. The
We
other
can fix
thing
that.
is the testimony from OSC identifies that there's going to be administrative costs or whatever. And it seems like they're asking for an amendment, again, to pay for government functions, right? Which further distracts the part of money away from the communities that we want to impact. I didn't hear that articulated in your testimony, so I'm assuming that maybe you have not subscribed to that notion of redirecting money to pay for government functions.
I think it's in my written testimony. I recognize that there are administrative costs, but nearly 10 million this quarter went to the administrative costs of the Cannabis Administration. So if this committee, not in this bill, please, but if this committee either wants to direct money or adjust the formula or include the Office of Social Equity in the administrative costs, then their expenses would be covered.
Gotcha. But you're not endorsing that it happened?
No, I said I couldn't accept that amendment from them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Now we'll bring up Carrington Anderson from MACO, who's favorable with amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carrington Anderson with the Maryland Association of Counties in support of Senate Bill 217 with amendments. You have my written testimony, but we do appreciate the intent of this bill to clarify some of the expectations within the Office of Social Equity. I think some of the concerns from counties, for starters, mentioned, there are multiple jurisdictions who either have not yet received funding or have not been able to use that funding because of a lack of clarity with some of the, whether that's low income or the disproportionately impacted community, and they haven't received enough clarity from the Office of Social Equity, and that is something that we've asked for. The Office of Social Equity was supposed to have regulations out in September and October that was supposed to have some clarity, and those regulations are still not out. So our concern is that when you bring a new bill that adds further restrictions, we don't want that to unintentionally not get the money out to the people that need it. So that's some of where the county concerns are. We have no concerns with the transparency or the accountability. We support that. We just don't want the investments to be delayed. So again, one part of the bill does add that a county plan has to identify a specific geographic location. And that's where some of our concerns are. If there still are some counties who aren't being able to spend the money because they're not meeting certain definitions, if that low-income community in that geographic location doesn't exist, we just don't want this to continue to delay that money going out. We just don't want overly rigid or narrow reporting requirements that can unintentionally restrict the service delivery, whether that's with the community-based organizations or, again, to the people who are trying to receive this money. So counties already are required to adopt a local law to satisfy this requirement and have no issue with that. We just want to have some amendments that just allow for what we think is reasonable flexibility. So for these reasons, we respectfully ask for a favorable with amendment report. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next, the committee. Ticket. Come on, Brandon. All right, cool. Next, we will hear Senate Bill 261 from our very own Chair, Senator Beidel, on Maryland Money Transmission Act, definition of money transmitter alternative. I believe, Senator Beidel, you have a panel, correct?
I do.
Steve Sousa, Drew Vetter, and Robin.
One virtual, yes.
Got it.
Hi, did you get the updated testimony? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Pam Beidel, and I'm presenting Senate Bill 261, Maryland Money Transmission Act, definition of money transmitter alteration. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 261, Maryland Money Transaction Act. The bill amends the Maryland Money Transmission Act to make Maryland consistent with the overwhelming majority of states that do not treat payroll processors as money transmitters. Maryland is the one of only a handful of states that categorize payroll processing companies as money transmitters, along with Georgia, Illinois, Nebraska, Tennessee, and Texas. However, there are states that do not define them as money transmitters, and that's Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, and South Dakota, and Virginia. So you can see there's some discrepancies here. But I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who ran a small business for many years and worked with a small payroll company to ensure my employees were paid accurately and on time, and that all necessary payroll taxes and deductions were handled appropriately. These payroll companies are not merely transactional. They provide essential services to Maryland small businesses. They are advisors that assist with wage and hour laws, evolving sick leave and family leave laws, and much more. In 2023, the Office of Financial Regulation updated its regulations to state that money transmission includes a payroll processing service. Before this amendment, providing payroll services was not considered money transmission under Maryland law. But doing so, small payroll companies became subject to the requirements of the Money Transmission Act, and an impractical scenario for payroll companies for both operational and economic reasons. The cost of compliance with Money Transmission Act is prohibitively high. The requirements are well beyond the capacity of most small payroll companies to comply. There are costs for licensing fees, multi-state bonding, audited financials, and more. Compliance is also an operational impracticability. Payroll processors have no control over where their employer customers pay employees, open offices, or do business. The only way for any payroll processor in the U.S. to comply is to proactively register in every state that requires it, which, as previously stated, is prohibitively costly and burdensome. Small payroll companies report that the cost of compliance for multi-state registration exceeds the gross revenue most small payroll processors generate in a year. In addition to the impracticalities of compliance, payroll processing differs from the type of activity the Money Transmission Act is intended to regulate. Payroll processors are overseen by the banking industry through NACHA, the governing body of the ACH network that processes payroll. The IRS also provides oversight through its mandated reporting requirements. In the unlikely event that a problem occurs with a payroll processor, the client, employer, under existing FLSA laws, must still pay wages and benefits to employees and then seek recovery under the employer's contract with the payroll processor, the employer's own insurance, or the payroll processor's insurance. The same holds true for government-required payments such as taxes, for which the employer has 100% visibility into the collection and remittance of funds collected and reported. Although the Office of Financial Regulations subject payroll companies to the MMTA, OFR is not currently enforcing those requirements, further bolstering the justification for this legislation. We've been in communication with OFR about the issue. You have a letter of information, not opposition, and we have coordinated with them in the drafting of this legislation. This is not the first time Maryland has looked at this issue. In 2014, this body created the Commission to Study Regulation of Payroll Services. The Commission specifically recommended against requiring payroll processors to obtain money transmitter licenses and rejected the need for bonding, licensing, or registration. For the above stated reasons, I urge the committee to put Maryland on par with the 44 other states that treat payroll processors differently for money transmitters, and I respectfully request a favorable report for Senate Bill 261. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to sponsor of the bill, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. My name is Drew Vetter. I'm here on behalf of the Independent Payroll Providers Association, an association representing small payroll providers across the country. We're asking for a change to the Maryland Money Transmission Act, which is existing law. This law generally regulates businesses that receive, hold, or transmit money on behalf of others. The law requires licensing, bonding, reporting, auditing, and other requirements. Examples are services that two people use to facilitate payments between one person and another that they don't necessarily have a relationship to. Think about examples like PayPal, Venmo, Western Union, some of the digital exchanges like Coinbase. Banks, credit unions are not covered under the Money Transmission Act. So what does the bill do? It says that payroll companies are not money transmitters as long as they are acting as an agent of the employer and have a written contract between the payroll company and the employer. Why are we here? Well, in 2023, the Office of Financial Regulation adopted some regulations that brought payroll processors under the Money Transmission Act where they had not been previously. This was done as part of a broader update to the regs. So it was one part of a general update. And we are arguing to kind of go back to the way it was before for three main reasons. The cost of compliance is well beyond the capacity of small payroll companies. It's operationally difficult because you never know which state an employee will be hired. And payroll is fundamentally different than other types of money transmission. Oversight is still in place through NACHA and the IRS, as mentioned by Chair Beidel. More than 40 states do not consider payroll processors to be money transmitters. So we're asking to join them here. We've been talking to the Office of Financial Regulation about this, and we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Dear Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you to Senator Beidel for sponsoring this bill. My name is Steve Suissa. I'm a lifelong resident of the state of Maryland, and until recently, the founder and operator of SHS Payroll, a 22-year Maryland success story. As of 2023, SHS employed nearly 30 Maryland residents and served hundreds of local small businesses with a 97% retention rate. We weren't just a vendor, we were a trusted partner helping our clients navigate the complexities of payroll tax compliance. The 2023 MTL changed everything. As a former tax and audit accountant, I immediately sought a path to compliance. However, the financial reality was devastating. The projected regulatory compliance cost for SHS was nearly $125,000 per year. This was an insurmountable barrier for SHS, a firm built on personal service rather than massive scale. This law forced me into a heartbreaking decision. To ensure my clients' payrolls were not interrupted, I was forced to partner with a national firm in Texas that already had the required licenses. The consequences for Maryland and me personally were devastating. I had to terminate all 30 of my Maryland employees. Their jobs and tax dollars were outsourced to Texas. These were good jobs held by your constituents, lost solely to a regulatory technicality. Payroll processing is a business-to-business agency function, not a consumer money remittance product. SB 0261 fixes this issue, bringing Maryland back in line with the majority of the country and protecting other local providers from the fate I suffered. I would also be able to potentially reopen and bring back my Maryland employees and my clients. Please don't let a regulatory technicality continue to export Maryland jobs to other states. I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 0261. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? No? All right. We do have a virtual testimony from Robin. Robin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Senator Beidel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robin Imbrogno. I'm the president of the Human Resource Consulting Group, and today I represent TPG and IPPA, two industry associations of small and medium-sized payroll providers that service Maryland businesses. I'm here today from a practical, real-world perspective, what this law means for employers, employees, and the businesses that support them. Payroll processors are not money transmitters. We don't take money from the public and promise to pay it elsewhere. We act as agents of the employer, to calculate payroll, pay employees, and remit taxes and benefits on the employer's behalf. Including payroll processors under the money transmitter law has two major unintended consequences. First, it's operationally unworkable. Employers can hire people in any state at any time, especially with remote work. We don't control where employers can hire. To comply, we would need to get licensed in every state. The cost of a license, a bond, and an audit would exceed revenue, forcing many of us, as you've just heard, to work only with large national payroll providers. Second, the industry has large governance already, which include the IRS form, which appoints us as agent of the employer, where employers can view deposits and review their history. Additionally, our banking partners require audits throughout the year, our personal financial statements, client risk management, OFAC screening, and more, SOC audits and NACHA audits. Our cost currently exceeds $50,000 for our business. I had a client call me earlier this week and said they had a client who hired 2 employees in Maryland, and they asked what they should do. And I told them that they cannot pay those people legally. Therefore, they had to let go of that client. I thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Senator Washington.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this bill and everybody on the panel. I'm looking at the letter from ADP, which says it's unfavorable, but on the letter it says it's supportive of for requiring payroll services providers to be licensed as money transfers, which I think is part of the bill. But I wanted to see if you can just make a comment from what they said here, which is excluding payroll processing services from previously adopted COMAR regulations would create unnecessary and meaningful fraud and consumer protection risks. Even small payroll companies can handle large volumes of funds, wages, taxes, and benefits on behalf of businesses. Without appropriate and responsible oversight, the risk for mismanagement or theft increase, which could adversely impact both companies and their employees.
If I may address that, that was one of the tactics when I went into compliance or tried to get into compliance. ADP and a lot of the other larger companies came to me and used that tactic. That was a way for larger companies to force small companies into being purchased. by saying you can't afford these regulations, therefore let us buy you, we'll take over your clients. And that destroyed essentially small payroll companies because you could no longer maintain your clients. You would be forced to sell to an ADP, which is one of the reasons why I suspect they are pushing this bill as well.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could respectfully add to that.
No, we're good. I think we sufficiently asked. Are there any other questions or members here? All right. Thank you so very much, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Next, we will hear from Senator Bidle again. No? What? Oh, no, Amy, sorry, forgot all about you. Amy Miller from ADP with unfavorable testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Amy Miller, representing ADP. Thank you for this opportunity to share ADP's opposition to SB 261. We submitted full written testimony, which I'll abbreviate here. ADP is the nation's largest provider of human capital management solutions, supporting, among other things, HR, payroll, and benefits administration. In Maryland, ADP serves over 20,000 clients that pay over 500,000 employees. We previously engaged in Maryland to highlight the importance of responsible regulations for payroll providers as money transmitters, which Maryland agreed with through adoption of COMAR 09.03.14 in 2023. We advocate once again that those provisions remain intact. SB 261 would amend Maryland law to exempt payroll services from money transmitter regulation. Payroll companies, however, handle large volumes of funds, wages, taxes, and benefits on behalf of businesses. SB 261 would place the interests of a small set of money transmitters ahead of Maryland businesses and workers who are served by the payroll industry. There are recent cases, including in Maryland in 2016, where payroll services misused client funds, resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars in losses for businesses, causing clients to disperse payroll and benefits twice, and employees to have paychecks reversed. This is devastating for small businesses that lack extra cash to cover unexpected costs. Maryland's existing law helps prevent financial harm. Criminal background checks and credit checks identify risks, and required liquidity ensures licensees can cover obligations. Some payroll providers maintain they're already subject to oversight. However, none of those requirements prioritize identifying the risk of payroll fraud, misconduct, and misappropriation of funds. Maryland's law was designed to give regulators discretion in how the licensing and fees are implemented. This flexibility enables states to scale regulation to account for businesses' size, risk, and resources. ADP subjected ourselves to federal oversight under the OCC. We understand the burdens and benefits of responsible regulation and have well-informed basis for our position to oppose SB 261. Thank you for your commitment to protecting Maryland's businesses.
Absolutely. Thank you for your testimony, Amy. Senator Washington.
So, in plain language, can you tell us why you're against this bill?
Truthfully, we believe that it's really important to have responsible regulation, and the regulations that exist right now give room for Maryland to determine what kind of fees, how much burden to put on smaller payroll providers. So if they remit or transmit smaller amounts of funds, you can lower those fees and make those burdens, lessen those burdens. The regulations allow for that. Also, in 2016, as I mentioned, Maryland had a significant payroll fraud case. It was a married couple, and together they defrauded many small to mid-sized businesses in Maryland. And I can send you all the information. It's actually included on the second page of that letter. Okay. And over a period of 3 years, I think it was like 2010 to 2013, the couple received Fed and state taxes from their clients for remittance, but they diverted a portion of the funds to pay for their own personal expenses. It's very hard to discover this fraud, and oftentimes it happens for several years before, you know, a client, maybe a small business, is like, wait, my taxes aren't being paid to the appropriate people. So.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, and this ends the bill hearing for Senate Bill 261. Next, we will hear Senate Bill 249, Tobacco Product Licensees, Additional Licensure of Electronic Smoking Devices, from Senator Chair Bidle. Senator Bidle has a panel that includes Candace, Natanel, Kathleen, Tyler, and Jeffrey.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hayes and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 249. I'm Pam Beidle, representing District 32. I have worked closely with the ATCC and Mr. Kelly on this bill. And it's amazing to me that we have a bill that's requiring registration and new fees, and it's all favorable. There isn't anyone unfavorable. And I think a lot of you have probably noticed in your district all these tobacco stores, tobacconists selling ESDs, electronic smoking devices. I think they're popping up in almost every shopping center. But if they have a tobacconist license, they don't need to have a license for ESD. That's what this law changes. They would also need to be registered and licensed as selling ESDs, which would give ATCC more control over enforcing if products are being sold that are illegal products, which I think Mr. Kelly is going to talk more about. So under current law, businesses with a cigarette or other tobacco product OTP license frequently sell ESDs without a separate license, creating a regulatory gap. According to the ATCC's Maryland Tobacco Retail Modernization Act report of 2024, as of December 31st, 2024, Maryland had over 6,000 OTP and cigarette retailers, but only 125 identifiable ESD-specific licenses, making oversight difficult. While requiring retailers of ESDs to obtain the license, there is no additional fee if the retailer already possesses a cigarette and/or OTP license. Senate Bill 249 requires retailers of ESDs to obtain the license, ensuring the ATCC, local health departments, and other partners can accurately identify and regulate ESD retailers in a market dominated by high-nicotine disposable products that remain widely accessible. Maryland collected approximately $390.4 million in cigarette excise taxes and $65.4 million in OTP taxes from wholesale sales in 2025. While ESDs are not subject to any excise tax, regular ESDs are subject to an enhanced 20% sales tax, which requires collection and reporting by each retailer. However, according to the ATC's 2025 Retailer Adherence to Maryland Tax Requirements report, nearly two-thirds of the ESD retailers were charging the incorrect tax or no tax rate at all. Requiring ESD licensure will strengthen tax compliance, oversight by the ATCC, and the Comptroller's Office. Senate Bill 249 will improve regulatory transparency, strengthen enforcement and public health protections, and provide policymakers with reliable data without placing unnecessary burdens on retailers. And for this reason, I respectfully request a favorable report for Senate Bill 249.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Kelly. I'm the Executive Director of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 249, and also thank you, Chair Beidle, for putting this bill in. I think it's kind of a small bill that does a really big and important thing. I've submitted written testimony, and I won't put you through that again, but I just really want to focus in on one area that brought this to light big for us. About a year and a half ago, members of the Maryland Vapor Alliance, some of your elected colleagues, and members of just the general vaping retailers individually started contacting me and saying, hey, we've got a problem. I'm going to the store next to me. I'm losing business. I go to the store next to me or down the street from me, and I find out that they're selling what I'm selling, but they're selling it a lot cheaper than I am. So I bought some. And on my receipt, the item costs $25, and they charge me $25 or maybe a little bit more, but I got to charge $30. I'm losing all my business, and my customers are telling me it's because they're cheaper. And I heard it a lot. But I thought probably this is just being blown out of proportion. But they gave me a list of about 50 locations that were actually made purchases from and that were in violation according to them. So I put together a team of investigators who went out to these 50 locations. They found, in fact, that there were violations amongst almost all of them. We conducted individual investigations there. We've reported that information subsequently now, just recently, turning that over to the Comptroller for follow-up, for audit. But then we got to thinking, they told us there's a problem. We didn't know there was, and we thought maybe we better take a more in-depth look at it. So we ended up doing our own study. We were fortunate to have somebody on staff who knows a little bit about statistics. We went out to over almost 371 locations across the state, we think in a scientifically verifiable manner, and we found out that, as the chair mentioned, two-thirds of them aren't paying the correct tax. Large numbers aren't paying the tax at all or are charging only 6%. They're not paying the correct tax. We really need this because they're not required to have this license at all. They get it for free. There's no cost. We just want to know who you are. It'll help us identify that. When you ask us how many people are out there conducting this business, the next time, hopefully, it won't be 125 out of about what I suspect are thousands of these businesses. So I strongly urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 249. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee, for the record, Tyler Bennett on behalf of the Maryland Vapor Alliance. We're here in full support of SB 249. We really want to thank Chair Bidle for sponsoring this legislation, and we also really want to thank Mr. Kelly and his team at the ATCC for all of the work that they've done so far on this issue. And everything that he just laid out with respect to tax compliance is the reason that we're at the table and support this bill. I don't have too much to add in addition to what Mr. Kelly and the chair have already gone through in terms of the bill. We do have a couple of members here today to add a little bit of color to their experience over the past couple of years since this tax was most recently increased. And I think, you know, if you look back at when the current licensing framework was put into place, I believe in the mid-2010s, I hope I'm not wildly off on that. I think I can understand why the law was put into place that would allow these tobacco license holders to just sell these products. The e-cigarette, ESD industry was in its relative infancy at the time, but now, obviously, I know most of you, if not all of you, have seen the number of tobacco retailers that have popped up in your districts that also sell these products. It's time to get the ATCC a more robust picture of this retail landscape throughout the state. So when it's time for them to do targeted enforcement, they have the better information that they need to be able to do that. But thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you so much for letting me speak in front of you today. My name is Nate Arya, and I am a Maryland small business owner in the vapor retail industry and a member of the Maryland Vapor Alliance. I'm here respectfully supporting Senate Bill 249. First, I would like to thank the ATCC for their support in trying to enforce the current law as it stands, as they are missing the right tools to do so. There is a major enforcement problem in this current system, because the vapor products are sold across many types of retail locations. A large portions of the sellers simply do not follow the tax or compliance rules. Reasonable retailers see competitors selling their same products without charging the required taxes or following ID procedures, which both undermine public health and creating an unfair competitive. SB 249 fixes that gap. By requiring an electronic smoking devices retailer license, the state can clearly identify who sells these products, inspect them more efficiently, and hold sellers accountable. Accountability actually matters. The bill is a great start for dealing with those problems. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Candace Scott. I'm a small business owner in our community and also a board member on the Maryland Vapor Alliance. I have owned and operated licensed vape shops in Maryland for over 12 years now, and I support reasonable regulation that protects adult access while holding retailers accountable. This bill is intentionally narrow, and that's because it requires every retailer selling these products to be properly licensed. Without universal licensure, regulators cannot identify who is selling these products or enforce existing laws. Many smoke and tobacco shops, which are different from licensed vape shops like mine, avoid proper licensures and taxes. This creates an unfair playing field, and my competitors often appear cheaper because they are not paying the required taxes. SB 249 creates a clear list that can be used for compliance and tax enforcement. It's a critical first step in the right direction towards fair regulation. It reduces the black market and it keeps these products in responsible, regulated shops. In the future, I hope we can address the fact that these products are now being sold by non-specialty retailers, including places that were never intended to sell them, such as florists, tattoo shops, and liquor stores. These products are unfortunately becoming an item of convenience, which is why we are having these problems in the first place, and I know that this legislator never intended for that to happen. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on SB 249. Thank you.
I'm just going to switch up with Candace. Thank you, Candace.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kathy Hoke, a professor at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law, where I also serve as Executive Director of the Legal Resource Center for Public Health Policy, and I guess my time is up. No, I'm here today to bring the public health voice to this provision. So you heard from Mr. Kelly about the need for this bill for a tax and licensure regulation perspective from the retail community themselves about a fair competition basis, from the public health community, the local public health, state public health, and the partners that we work with. We're the ones out there conducting enforcement and making sure that youth are not being able to access these products, and for our local health departments to understand the dynamics of who's using what products. And so knowing where each type of product is sold can be incredibly important in that effort. And it would be I'd be remiss to not mention that what's really important about this legislation, and I really want the legislative record to reflect this, is that the ATCC can take licensure action on a cigarette retailer, on a cigar retailer, on a vape retailer for selling any tobacco product. And so they could lose any and all of their tobacco retail licenses for selling any type of tobacco product. That's really important to the public health community because we know licensure, discipline, suspension or revocation is what can really send the message to retailers to make sure they're not selling to kids. So for these reasons, we have ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 249. Thank you.
Senator, I see the lights over here, but Senator Mouse, did you have a question? Your light was on earlier, and then it went off. I know it's been technical difficulty. Let's see.
I didn't. I'm trying not to ask unnecessary questions. I thought that was an encouragement to ask a question, so I'm a little confused right now.
You may proceed.
No, there's no question. I like the bill. It sounds like a very good bill. Thank you.
All right. Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Chair, again, thank you for this bill. I try to do a lot of research right as the bill was up, try to answer a lot of the questions that I had about it. So I'm just going to make sure I'm clear. So there's 160 specific licenses. Well, let's start with ESD first, the electronic smoking devices license. Who is the agency that authorizes those licenses? Is that ATCC?
No, sir. It's actually.
Let me say that because I just Googled that and it said you guys.
We enforce provisions and we regulate. It's a statewide license, but it's a business license. It's not like an alcohol license where a body that regulates alcohol would issue the license to whomever. This is simply a business license, and the only requirement really is that you go to the clerk of the court, you file some paperwork, you pay maybe something, maybe nothing, and you get that license. There's no requirement beyond that. After that, we inspect you. We enforce the provisions of law. We can conduct, as Ms. Hoke said, we can conduct certain hearings if you're in violation of that against the license itself. But there isn't anybody who issues it or regulates it upon issuance. It's after the fact.
So the courts issue this license?
The clerk, it's a state license, but the clerks of the courts are charged with issuing business licenses, and they do it for. There are probably 95,000 businesses, give or take 5,000 in the state. They issue all of those business licenses, which could be for having a grocery store, it could be for tobacco businesses, it could be for dry cleaning, it could be for any number of businesses.
Okay, I get it. It says here, licenses for manufacturers, wholesalers, and importers are authorized and issued by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission.
that part is accurate. No, you're accurate on that part. On manufacturers and wholesalers, we issue those licenses, but these are retail licenses that we're talking about.
Fair enough. Okay, let me see. Nope, it does not say retailers on there. Perfect.
When you go to apply to your business license, and when you open up the business, this is where you say, hey, and it an ends license as well, and they just add it, towards your license.
And so in this bill, we're creating go ahead.
No, Senator, you're not at all. All these licenses exist. So there will be no need to create anything new. It already exists. Our witnesses already have them. They've gone out and gotten theirs. It's just that when we created the law, the cigarette law existed, and years ago in 2011 we created the OTP law, and in that law we said, well, you don't have to pay extra for it, but you got to have the license. So people will have that license. They buy the one license, cigarettes. They got the OTP license for free. When the electronic smoking devices law came in and a license was established, the law said if you have a cigarette license or an OTP license, you don't have to pay anything for this ESD license. However, if you If you have an OTP license or a cigarette license, you don't even have to get a license. Under that license, you can just sell the electronic smoking devices, so nobody gets it. They'll buy the $25 other tobacco product license, and under that license, be able to sell these other devices, but we don't know that they exist. No one, we just know they're out there. But I know there are thousands of places that are doing it.
Yeah, you said there's 6,000.
There are 6,500 variety of tobacco licenses around the state, mostly cigarette and other tobacco products, overwhelmingly. But under the umbrella of other tobacco licenses especially, they're selling these electronic smoking devices. Most places are, but they don't identify that. What we're asking for them to do, when they're business license, at no additional charge, you buy one of those licenses, you buy the cigarette or you buy the other tobacco products, or you could buy the electronic smoking. But if you buy one of the other two and you want to sell these, just ask for that extra endorsement on your license that says you're there. Because what that does, then it puts you in a statewide database that says you're in business for that. And when the Department of Health sends us a notice and says, can you tell us how many electronic smoking device licenses are in the state, we'll have a good count for them. We can actually tell them what that information is. Or we pride ourselves on providing you guys with information. As I said, if we went by off who was licensed and doing this, who's not paying the taxes properly, we'd have only looked at 125 locations instead of, more accurately, the thousands that exist.
Yeah, no, I like the legislation. Sounds like a really great idea. I was just confused by what's been said online, how to apply for a license, where you go for it, and then the current business that we have. We have probably that half of the 6,000 is in Prince George's County, unfortunately, because we have a lot of them everywhere. And I know that the state, I don't know where that fee for the tobacco license goes to. Does it go to the local or does it go to a state?
Largely, it goes to the Department of Health. And it goes to the Department of Health. I think it's like out of $300, it might be $275 that goes to the Department of Health. And that is for them to conduct the Maryland Retail Modernization, Cigarette Modernization Act from last year, to go out and do those inspections, to be able to afford to run that operation. So they get the lion's share of it. And I think the other 25 might go to the local jurisdiction, I think.
That's insane.
Well, before that, it was only $25, of which all of it went to the county. So it's just, so 275 was added, but that extra addition goes to Department of Health.
And just for the public's sake, the only reason I say that is because if we have so many in Prince George's County, the impact is felt from the health perspective in Prince George's County or any other jurisdiction. And it sounds like the locality should have more funding from these potential licenses, and even this standard one that you all are proposing, but not to add a fee. And we're in an economy where adding these fees aren't the most popular, but we're talking about people's health here, and how do we save people from doing this, or preventative measures for these. So I like the bill. The fee is probably what I am a little concerned for, or even the balance of where the money goes to the locality versus the state. So thank you very much.
If I can explain where the fee goes, so $25 goes to the clerk's office because they process it so that we can pay for the administrative costs of them carrying it.
So
the $275 that goes to the state health department is then distributed to the local health departments to conduct youth access enforcement. And Prince George's County gets a share that's proportionate to the population.
Okay.
So each county is getting some of that $275. It just goes through the state health department.
Thanks for clarifying.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Senator Lamb.
Thank you for bringing forward this bill. I just had a question. There we go. When I was looking at the testimony from the Maryland Association of County Health Officers, MACHO, they had a question here where they point out that MACHO supports the ATCC's goals of improving ESD sales. However, they were concerned that the proposed licensing framework may allow retailers to be cited for repeat violations under one license while continuing to operate under another license. This outcome would significantly weaken important enforcement mechanisms designed to prevent the sale of tobacco products to underage consumers. They're requesting that in the event, some clarification, I guess, and confirmation from the commission that in the event of repeat violations for sales of tobacco products to underage consumers, that the law would allow for certain types of regulatory action. I don't know if you've seen this from MACHO or not? I want
haven't.
to see if you have any sense of.
I haven't, and I'm not sure that I understand what that point is, because we already have that with cigarette and OTP licenses. You have your cigarette license that you paid for, perhaps. You can get the OTP license for free, but you have to get it. The law says you have to get it. This just mirrors that. So when we go into a location, it's feasible that they have a violation of OTP and not necessarily a violation of cigarettes, and action is taken then without incident. So I'm not sure. I'm actually more confused about what the issue is that they're raising at a practical level. I'm not sure I understand that.
They're saying that in the event of repeat violations for sales of tobacco products to underage consumers, regardless of the product type, so they're citing the fact that like there's multiple different product types from cigarettes to OTPs to ESDs, that it would allow, that the law would allow for the following: the ability of the commission to take regulatory action against all tobacco-related licenses held by a retailer.
Jeff,
Go ahead.
That was actually the point I was trying to make, and clearly was not articulate enough to do so at the end of my testimony, and that is, under current law, if you have a Title 16 cigarette, a Title 16.5 OTP, or a Title 16.7 vape license, if you held all three of those, or two of those, and you sell cigarettes repeatedly to kids, you will also be eligible to lose your Title 16.5 OTP license. The code already allows that. I have confirmed that with Tom Akros at the commission, and I understand where MACHO was coming from, and I did speak with them this morning about that. So the law currently does allow for licensure action on any type of tobacco license for the sale once or repeatedly of any type of tobacco. So I do think the code does, and I'm happy to work with committee counsel to clarify that.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think that addresses the question. I think their point is that if you have multiple you can be holding multiple licenses. If you have a violation of one type of license as repeat, that you should be able to revoke all the licenses back from them.
Yep,
right?
super important.
Agree with that. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Candace, quick question. You have a vape-specific license, correct? You don't have OTP or cigarette?
Correct.
And do you pay for your license?
Yes.
So following up, and I think I was following Senator Washington's point, Jeff, why would we not, and I get it, if you already have a cigarette license or OTP, we're just saying, add this on to that license so we can track. But why would we not just charge a separate fee if Candace has to pay a fee to sell that product? Why aren't we going to require others to do the same? And if they don't have the financial resources to pay that, maybe that's a good thing. And we're reducing the number of places that have access to these vape products and providing a better public health outcome overall. And so, if they want to compete with Candace and have a vape license, let them buy a vape license. And then we also have the revenues to address other public health issues. So, I mean, is there an objection to that? Or it was like the path of least resistance was just, well, we're not going to charge them, and hopefully that'll be the easiest path. Can you?
Senator, I would say what you just said is exactly it. The idea of having a fee for each of these would be wonderful. The practicality is it's more important that we identify who they are and get licenses for these people, that we can identify them and find them and go to their stores and inspect, than the cost of the fee for me. Because I'm more interested in knowing who they are. We just don't know who they are, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize the passage of a bill because there's an additional fee when times are tough right now for people. And this is not unprecedented. It's kind of what we did with the OTP, which still exists. If you have a cigarette, and this is from 2011, if you have a cigarette license, you can get the OTP retail license for free. And that's been the case always. And don't get me wrong, if we want to take another look at that, I'm happy to do that at some point, but this I feel so important.
My sentiment is if somebody wants to profit off of this product, and sell it and market it, then let them pay for the license for the right to do that. And then you're in a position when Candace calls and says, hey, I've got a competitor down the street. You go in there, they don't have a license at all, seize the products and take them off the shelf. That'll be incentive for them to get their license. And then we get, those people who probably have no business selling the product and may very well be the sources for these products getting into the hands of our children, as opposed to Candace's business, where it's, far less likely that that's what's occurring. It just seems to me that's a better way to perhaps control everything that's going on and maybe have better health outcomes. So, just real fast, Kathleen, do you see any reason why we would not benefit if we were to charge for this license as opposed to just having,
No.
Maybe I'm missing. Okay. Done.
I agree with you completely, Senator Kramer.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And Jeff, thank you. And maybe it's a conversation we'll have with the bill sponsor as we look at this further.
Can I make a comment, please, Mr. Vice Chair? Senator Kramer, you just brought up the health issue with young people. There's a letter from the Maryland, D.C. Society of Addiction Medicine. Up to 85% of e-cigarettes, devices, and pods sold in the U.S. retail outlets are illegal products and remain the most commonly used tobacco product among middle and high school students. So it's really a problem. We need to know. We didn't know who's selling to the kids.
A significant problem. So, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions of this panel? We do have testimony from a virtual witness, Kristen Jemison. Is Kristen with us? Kristen, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good morning. I'll be very brief. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kristen Jemison. I'm the Regional Advocacy Director for the Mid-Atlantic for the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. We are here to ask for favorable support for Senate Bill 249. We support the provisions in this bill that would help provide more data and information in Maryland around which retailers are selling electronic smoking devices. That's all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you so very much. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 249. I'm going to hand it back over to Madam Chair.
So now our Vice Chair is going to present a bill, Senate Bill 249, I think. And 279, thank you. Senator Hayes, this is the Baltimore City Cigarettes, Other Tobacco Products, and Electronic Smoking Devices, a similar bill. So thank you, Senator.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask a couple of people to come join me here. Laura Hale, Kathleen, Jennifer, and Zach Blanchard, our city council person, is online. Hey, how are you? So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Senator Antonio Hayes, representing the 40th Legislative District. This is a bill that's familiar to this committee. I took a sabbatical for, I think, the last 2 years, but now it's back. This bill is really, really important. Colleagues, as I walk through neighborhoods in Baltimore City, especially in my very own 40th district, there is an over-concentration of retailers that sell tobacco products. A couple of years ago, this committee and this legislature gave the authority to Baltimore City to regulate unpackaged cigarettes. And so there is an amendment that I think the city of Baltimore has proposed, and which we will I will put forth and consider. There's some other amendments that's been sent my way, and I just have to sort through them at some point beyond this committee, but I'm not proposing them here today. The only one that I'm definitely committed to is the one at the city, because we don't want to undo what we did. But the density of these tobacco products, specifically in the city, makes it incredibly difficult for enforcement And the result is that we have bad actors selling to minors and pushing unregulated products that endanger our residents. The statistics are heartbreaking. 7,500 annual deaths, 150,000 Marylanders suffering from tobacco-related disease. Senate Bill 279 is enabling legislation. It does not ban anything. Today, it simply gives the city council and the mayor the option to legislate. And as we trust our local jurisdictions to zone for alcohol, noise, and other public nuisances, we should trust the city to manage the density of smoke shops that are targeting our neighborhoods. This bill actually restores Baltimore City authority that they once had by allowing them as a local government to enact and enforce local tobacco control laws. Tobacco control policy in Maryland does not have to exist only at the state or even a local government. Each level of government brings its own strengths, and local governments being uniquely positioned to meet the needs of people who live in their communities. One of the things, and why this is important, there was it was the Alteus decision for Prince George's County. So what was it in
2013.
1913. The court case 2013. I said 1913. 2013, the Alteus case, Prince George's County versus Maryland, took away the ability for local governments to really legislate around these things. This bill will restore it for Baltimore City. And I'll point in your bill file, we do have testimony from the Attorney General's office who's reviewed this bill and asserts that this bill is a good bill, essentially. It says, as written, Senate Bill 279 does not conflict with state laws regulating cigarettes, OTP, or ESDs. It is similar to the preservation clause found in the Federal Tobacco Act of 2009, which preserves the authority of states to enact restrictions that are in addition to or more stringent than the Tobacco Control Act. Lastly, colleagues, you all should have this document in your bill folder. And you know, this is a local bill. I am pretty confident that we will receive local delegation support. But some of this data that can be found on the ATC's website, you say, why Baltimore City? If you look at all of the jurisdictions here in the state, Baltimore City has over 1,600 of these retailers with a population of only 500,000. So for about every 300 residents of Baltimore City, there's a tobacco store that's, you know, proliferating our neighborhoods. The other thing I'll point in some of the data that we've also gotten from, you know, public information that's shared on the website, there's about 231 of these stores located near treatment centers. So where people are going into treatment to try to, you know, address, you know, some of the issues that they're dealing with their health. A lot of these retailers are located right near these treatment stores. About 38 of them are located near hospitals, and 2 at least are right near hospitals. And then if you look, and that's within 500 feet of these locations. If you go 1,000 feet away in Baltimore City, you have 553 cigarette stores located near treatment centers, 554 OTPs, and 3 the electronic things. And then you have, you know, about 250 something located near schools and even more located near hospitals. And so Baltimore City is unique in this situation where it's probably the only, it's the most urban and most dense jurisdiction in the state of Maryland. And so these retailers have overly concentrated, and we truly believe that this is a local issue that should be dealt with at the local level. And all this bill simply does is give our local government the authority to legislate around these. And on my panel, one of those legislators is one of our very capable city council people, Councilman Zach Blanchard. And with that, colleagues, I will urge for a favorable report for Senate Bill 279.
Do you want the rest of your panel to go now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman, did you want to go ahead, and then we'll go with the rest of the panel here?
Awesome. Thank you, Senator. Can you hear me clearly, Chairwoman?
We can hear you. Thank you, Zach.
All right. Chair Bidle and members of the Finance Committee, I am here today to ask you to support Senate Bill 279 and encourage you to vote to advance the legislation. In the past several years, Baltimore has seen an explosion of smoke shops opening across the city. Proprietors often crowd multiple stores onto a single block, taking advantage of our retail vacancies, exacerbating the vacant environment, and capitalizing on a gap in our zoning code. Senator Hayes and I actually have a block within our shared districts that has 5 smoke shops on that single block. This past fall, I introduced a Baltimore City Council Bill 25-0114 to close that gap. With Senate Bill 279, the state reaffirms Baltimore's ability to regulate tobacco retailers with its land use powers and strengthens its standing if the regulation were to be challenged in court. I believe this authority to be critical for protecting the health of our residents and rebuilding the vitality of our main streets. As Baltimore looks to make the best use of the state-funded Vacants Reinvestment Initiative, we are also thinking about how neighborhood-oriented main streets and contributing businesses will boost the state's return on investment. Smoke shops, which predominantly sell products that damage the health of our residents, often run counter to that objective, making use of advertising that deliberately entices young people to try addictive products and attracts antisocial behavior. It is not a coincidence that the proliferation of these stores has been in step with an uptick in youth tobacco use in recent years. For these reasons, Baltimore City Council is establishing sensible but not overreaching zoning rules that give residents the confidence that their block will not be flooded with smoke shops. With the authority provided by Senate Bill 279, Baltimore can be confident that if challenged in court, its local laws will stand up to that scrutiny. I would like to thank Senator Hayes for introducing this legislation and once again encourage members of the committee to vote in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like the councilman to take questions?
Sure.
Okay. So have any questions for our councilman? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony, Zach. I appreciate it. Laura?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Hale. I'm with the American Heart Association in strong support of this legislation. As the Senator kindly pointed out, Baltimore City faces unique challenges. And prior to the Altatus decision in 2013, a court decided where there were no laws passed that suddenly the localities could not address tobacco issues at the local level, as though you all had flooded the field. And so this has remained an issue where Baltimore, prior to 2013, was thinking of creative, local-based solutions to solve the problem of tobacco use. We've seen those numbers continue to claw back and rise in Baltimore specifically. And one of the most concerning statistics to me is that now our high school tobacco use rate across the state has gone up to 15.9%, and for the first time in more recent years is now higher than our adult tobacco use rate. And Baltimore especially is facing these concerns with the higher level of smoke shops and other localities there. So we really want to help Baltimore City in being able to come up with stronger creative solutions to address tobacco use there, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Vital, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Martin, and I serve as Assistant Commissioner for Health Promotion and Education at the Baltimore City Health Department. I'm here today on behalf of the Baltimore City Administration and the Maryland Association of County Health Officers in support of Senate Bill 279 and to respectfully request an amendment. This bill authorizes Baltimore City to enact and enforce local laws regulating the sale, distribution, and packaging of tobacco and tobacco-related products. It does not seek to extend local power to licensing or taxation, which are the domain of the state. Since the 2013 Altatus decision, Baltimore City has been preempted from passing and enforcing legislation to address the sale, distribution, and packaging of tobacco products. In Baltimore City, as you've heard, we have more than 1,000 licensed tobacco retailers, which is more than any other jurisdiction in the state. And in the city of Baltimore, 20% of adults and more than 20% of our youth use tobacco. We want to be able to do more to curb tobacco use in the city, especially among our youth. This bill will restore Baltimore City's local authority over the packaging and sale of tobacco products. I do want to note that we respectfully request a simple amendment to repeal Business Regulation Article Section 16-308.2, which is a provision that creates a carve-out for Baltimore City to refer cases of unpackaged cigarette sales to the state's attorney. We ask to remove this provision to be able to address what will otherwise be a conflict within the article when Senate Bill 279 passes. Again, on behalf of the Baltimore City Administration and the Maryland Association of County Health Officers, I respectfully ask that you vote favorably on this bill with the amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam. Sorry, I'll wait till that buzzes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kathy Hoke, a professor at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law, where I also serve as the executive director of the Legal Resource Center for Public Health Policy. I first want to note I am favorable with amendments, with the amendment that was just referenced by Baltimore City, so removing Business Regulation 16-308.2. Happy to answer any questions about that. But what this bill would do is bring the public health power back to Baltimore City when it comes to tobacco regulation. That power that has been mentioned was stripped away by the Maryland Supreme Court in 2013 with a decision based on implied preemption. I'm not going to go into that decision because it just makes me angry. But you have the power to change that. If that's not what you intended, or if you want to change what the court decided, you have the power. What Baltimore City is asking for is what it already had and exercised prior to that decision. So some of the examples of local tobacco regulation from Baltimore City are a flavored blunt wrap. Tobacco blunt wraps that were flavored, the Baltimore City banned it through local law. It was a problem in their community, and they decided to address it locally. It wasn't something the state considered or did. Baltimore City likewise passed its own civil provision prohibiting the sale of single cigarettes or unpackaged cigarettes, loosies, and allowed for civil enforcement of that through the health department. And they were able to address their local problem locally. And then finally, they passed a regulation as a health regulation to impose minimum pack size on cigars, the little ones that were cheap and flavored and very attractive to kids in their community. And they acted to address an issue in their community, not coming here and saying, do it statewide, we will take care of this for our community. And the Altadis decision from 2013 took away all of that power. So that's what they're asking for, not the power in zoning. They already have zoning power. They can already regulate these businesses like any other business with respect to zoning, hours of operation, making sure they're following safety proceedings and the like. This is returning the public health power to Baltimore City that it so richly deserves. And so I urge a favorable with the city's amendment.
I don't see any questions. Oh, there we go. Senator Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Hayes, thanks for bringing this bill. Great bill, great bill, great bill. Wish we had this in Prince George's. I think the question I have about it is, a lot of times, I'm glad the city council and city council members spoke on this bill too, but it comes to the enforcement of these and then the manpower to get it done. We just heard from ATC that it's hard for them to get to every store. They have a limited amount of people that can go out there. In your opinion, would this be helpful in that work? Will this do really good work for them? I mean, and the fees, will the fees come back to Baltimore City? I mean, I know I'm obsessed with the fees today.
Well, I think the short answer is yes, right? It will give the city more control over some of the things that's going on. I will say and offer to this committee, Baltimore City is also in a unique position as it is the oldest health department in the country, right? And so the infrastructure of its health department is strong and vibrant as it's the oldest in the country. And so we have a unique ability for enforcement and bringing things that need to be brought to their appropriate authorities. But it looked like one of the more experted people in this area wanted to add a little bit more to that if the chair would indulge.
I think you answered my question. It's all good. My other question is about just the court case for Prince George's County versus a licensee. Could this law be challenged again if we pass this law in the same way it was in Prince George's County?
So the cigar packaging law that was challenged in Prince George's County that gave rise to that decision, the court said, we think Prince George's County doesn't have the power to adopt this because the state legislature has so regulated in this space that there's no room for local legislation. Clearly, you have the power to say, nope, we actually want Baltimore City to have this power. And so that couldn't be challenged because they said that you all decided that none of the locals had this power. So it is within your power to give that power back to a local jurisdiction. And the Attorney General has advised accordingly that this kind of would reverse that Altatus decision and is otherwise a good, sound law from a legal perspective.
Got it. And just the thought from the unfavorables that are going to come up here later, they're going to say, because I read some of their responses about how, there should be just one blanketed law and one blanketed regulation. There shouldn't be multiple jurisdictions with tougher or more stringent regulations versus another one because it makes it difficult for the compliance managers that they have to hire to do the work. What do you say to that?
Do you guys want? Look, I think Baltimore City is in a unique situation that we're prepared, and we believe it's a local issue, right? That should be handled at the local level. I think all of the opposition, their testimony is, for the most part, based off of self-preservation. But again, this bill does not seek to eliminate retail. It just gives a greater ability for the local government to provide, guardrails to protect the community in this public health issue that's affecting so many residents in the city.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Senator.
Thank you. So we do have a few unfavorables. Christopher Worthen, Michael Halloran, Bruce Bariano, Kelly Locklear, John Pica, and Kirk McCauley. The gang's all back together.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Bruce Bariano, on behalf of the candy and tobacco distributors in strong opposition to this bill. The advocates gave you a lot of erroneous and ignorant information. I was very involved in that Akeda case. And both the case in Baltimore City and the case in Prince George's County, what the Court of Appeals, then named the Court of Appeals, said is that these localities never had that authority. Not took it away, they never had it. Because the regulation and taxation of tobacco products has been inherently with the state legislature. Now, I know we're not talking about taxation, but we are talking about regulation. And you pass this bill for Baltimore City, other counties are going to come in as well. And what you are doing, there are very profound financial impacts on this legislation. You all know the fiscal posture in which the state is in. You know you're dealing with it and with your constituents. And aside from the adverse effects on businesses, which you will hear from other witnesses, what this bill is going to do, it's going to allow Baltimore City to retard the lawful sale of tobacco products, including cigars, not just cigarettes. And that means less revenues, less taxation revenues, which you have strongly increased. It may create some black markets. It may increase criminal activity. But if people want something, they're going to get it, and they're going to go to other counties. So this is not a very simple, kind of a bill. I love Baltimore City, but Baltimore City is not unique from any other parts. What this bill is going to allow them, they want this bill for some reason. And I've been dealing with this issue for many years. Most of the people that testified in favor, they are health advocates. I respect that. I respect their opinion. They want to ban, B-A-N, the sale of tobacco products and the use of tobacco products. And if and that's their prerogative. But you also have responsibility in collecting taxes and dealing with the fiscal situation. And don't think that no other county is going to come in here and not ask for this if you give it to Baltimore City. And you're going to have to find other places to get into the pocketbooks of Maryland residents to deal with the tobacco tax and the cigar tax that you're going to lose in that regard. I urge an unfavorable report. Let's get through the smoke and mirrors. This is a very dangerous, pregnant piece of legislation that has far-reaching repercussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mariano. I was about to cut you off, but you finished, so thank you very much. Your bell rang a whole minute ago.
I didn't hear it. I apologize.
I'll make it louder. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mariano. Who would like to go next?
Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee, for the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are respectfully in opposition. The sponsor and I had an opportunity to speak about the bill, and I just want to make very clear we recognize, we hear you on the problem. We do not condone the illegal sale of product to minors. That's not who we represent. But I do need to point out, and this was brought up already, that the city already has the legal authority to address these concerns without repealing state tobacco preemption. Baltimore has actually pursued just this past fall multiple local actions. One, to bring retailers together to discuss community concerns. Two, to establish zoning definitions and prohibiting smoke shops within 500 feet of schools, parks, and recreation centers. And three, addressing the bright and disruptive lighting associated with some stores. These efforts demonstrate that zoning, land use, and nuisance laws, not removing statewide preemption, are the appropriate tools to address these neighborhood impacts. State tobacco preemption exists to ensure fair and consistent rules for retailers across Maryland. If Baltimore is allowed to impose stricter local tobacco laws in surrounding jurisdictions, customers will just cross city lines to shop elsewhere. But that loss doesn't stop at tobacco. The entire basket goes. What I mean by that is other food, beverages, candy, lottery tickets, and gas visits will go in that same visit. So repealing preemption would place Baltimore retailers at a clear competitive disadvantage and threaten the viability of entire legitimate convenience stores, not just the single product category. We're glad to work with the sponsor and the committee to make sure that the city is able to effectively regulate zoning, permitting, and land use. So for these reasons, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which includes convenience store owner and operators. I too want to thank the sponsor. I met with his office yesterday and discussed some of our concerns. Look, our members, frankly, they see the same proliferation of these quote-unquote smoke shops. But to be absolutely clear, our members are not. They are separate and distinct from these smoke shops, and I think most, hopefully the sponsor included, would agree with that assessment. Our members, they cater to an entirely different clientele. My colleague from the Retailers Alliance talked about some of the other products that can be bought at our locations. So, when we talk about this bill in particular, the problem is that it sets the precedent of local control over things like product display, advertisement, and could frankly ban certain tobacco products altogether. And that only leads to the further proliferation of illegal products being sold, could lead to the proliferation of illicit markets. All of these things none of us wants to see, including the convenience store industry. And as you heard with the chair's bill, heard just a little bit ago, the Tobacco Modernization Act of 2024, there were a lot of changes made to the sale and licensing of tobacco products. Among them were the increase in licensing fees, increase in penalties. So I bring that up to show you and to hopefully illustrate that we are not opposed to reasonable licensing and reasonable zoning requirements and reasonable regulation. Again, the fear is that this sets a dangerous precedent. While it may not be the intent to ban or further restrict the sale of these products, once we open Pandora's box, there's no telling what can happen. So with that, we respectfully request a favorable report.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Chris Worthen, and I'm the Assistant Operations Manager for the George J. Falter Company located on Benson Avenue in Baltimore City. Our company started in Baltimore City in 1878 making candy and has grown to carry a full line of convenience store items, and the same Falter family still owns and operates the business today. Each year, it has become harder and harder to do business with new regulations and higher taxes. Senate Bill 279 has the potential to put us and the 170 families who work for us out of business. What do they want to enforce? What do they want to change? The bill needs to be clear. How will the unknown potential changes affect the state of Maryland? How much will the changes cost the state? How many jobs could be lost? Giving Baltimore City County Council and the mayor of Baltimore the power to make changes in our industry will likely be detrimental not only to our company, but the families who work for us. Let me be clear. We 100% support the enforcement of confiscating illegal vape products on the street. We 100% support the enforcement of confiscating other illegal tobacco products on the street. We support in charging people buying and selling cigarettes, buying cigarettes out of another state and coming to Maryland and selling them. The question is, what is the city council and the mayor really trying to do, and how will it affect us? And how will it overall affect the state? As far as I can see, you have no idea what you're actually voting for. This bill is very unclear. There are way too many unanswered questions. If it turned out to be what the District of Columbia did with banning menthol cigarettes, which cost us $400 and some thousand in armed robberies in Prince George's County, it will likely put a company that's been in business since 1878 right out of business. I'm here today to ask you to vote against Senate Bill 279.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Kirk McCauley. I represent service stations, convenience stores, and automotive repair shops in Maryland. I'm not here to defend smoke shops. I'm here to tell you that convenience stores, service stations, in some locations in the city, they're the only place you can get a quart of milk or a loaf of bread. Yes, you can buy your cigarettes there too. We abide by the law. We enforce 21. And the only thing this bill would do would be to open up all the avenues to not just illegal illicit sales, but, in the state of Maryland, I can go across the former Chairman Mac Middleton Bridge and pick up 5 cartons of cigarette and illegally bring them back into Maryland. Pay $6 on tax on them, $50 in Maryland. So that's a legal product they can get. What's the cost of that? The cost is $50 to the state of Maryland. That's just in one trip, one person. 4 people cost Maryland $200. So that's happened. And of course, then you have the illicit market on the streets, and it's there. It's no question it's there. ATCC does a great job of enforcing, but you can't be everywhere all the time. And these people know where to be and know where to sell. So we're just more than service stations. We're more than convenience stores. We're a place where the community can come when they need something. And I urge you to unfavorable vote on 279. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
If I may.
Oh, I couldn't see your light.
It wasn't on.
Oh, it was, why, Senator Green?
I just couldn't help myself. I looked at this happy group and I just had to say hello. So quick question, and I will direct it to Ms. Locklear, because you also had opined on the notion that if there were some of these limitations by virtue of giving Baltimore City this authority, that the residents of Baltimore City will go elsewhere to find tobacco products. I would ask, do you believe that that would be the case if somehow we went from the 5 tobacco venues that we heard are right on one block in the council member's district and Senator Hayes's district to 1 or 2? Do you not believe that the product would still be readily accessible to the good residents of that community and not force them to be going into a neighboring jurisdiction or over the Harry Nice Bridge. And you make a good point there, because there's a whole cottage industry of tobacco businesses set up right there in Virginia on the other side of the bridge,
100%.
luring Maryland residents over. But don't you think it would be sufficient if perhaps there's 1 or 2 on the block as opposed to 5?
Exactly. So I would re-refer the committee back to enforcing local zoning codes and permitting if there need to be caps. I think that's a conversation that should be in play. I mean, we just had a conversation with the chair's bill in reference to licensing and what we're doing with licensing. And that's an opportunity, I think, to really address overproliferation. And that's truly what we're talking about here. We want legitimate retailers to be able to operate in the city, and we don't want them going out of business because individuals are crossing boundaries. You want them there. I think we all do. But to address the bad actors is what this is about. And I think we can do that in the permitting process that exists.
Well, but you know, I often see this enforcement as being a red herring. We know there are certainly limitations on enforcement. And no city, no department has a budget to spend its time going in and out of, you know, hundreds, if not thousands, of retail businesses that are selling these products. And so maybe the whole point of this legislation is give the city the opportunity to perhaps have some kind of a licensing regime, as you're referring to, that maybe would ensure that we don't end up with hundreds of venues selling products all into a particular community. And we know, I mean, if we're going to be honest about this, the tobacco industry absolutely preys upon our minority communities. They always have, and that has not changed. And so then there's a, you know, by passage of legislation like this, we are giving those communities that the industry preys upon the tools that they need to push back and address what for them is a very valid concern.
So if I may, if the bill was completely narrowed to what we're talking about, I'm not sure we would all be sitting up here. But this bill is opening up and eliminating statewide preemption on everything else. So then we do talk about product category being eliminated and the potentiality of regulations all over the place, not just with regard to these small operators that are disruptive to communities.
So do you have a thought as to how it might be appropriately narrowed, as you have suggested?
I'm glad to work with the committee on that because I do believe there's language that we can get to further narrow the bill and make sure we're not completely opening up tobacco preemption and making sure legitimately that you all can enforce local zoning enforcement and code.
Well, perhaps that's a conversation that'll be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wouldn't you agree that if we were to pass this legislation, it is the process by which, and gave the local jurisdiction to the ability to legislate around this issue, that duly elected members of the council will have a public hearing for the community to come and testify and make testimony and to weigh on, similar to what we do here in Annapolis. Wouldn't you agree that would be the process should we pass this legislation?
As I said before, it opens the door where it's no longer fair and consistent rules across the board.
I hear you, but what the process by which they would legislate would be that they would have an open public hearing, just as we do here.
Sure.
To the community of Baltimore to say, hey, is this something that you, and that will give residents of that community and that city an opportunity to weigh in. Wouldn't that
Yes.
be so?
That is true.
Thank you so very much. And I think that's the whole point here, right? We want to give the local jurisdiction an opportunity and its residents to weigh in on it. And I would just say, Madam Chair and colleagues, as you know, we assert the loss in revenue. I think this committee has heard over and over the testimony from our health community about the impacts that it have on health and that cost that it's given to Marylanders. And so when you do like a cost-benefit analysis of the two, I would imagine that the costs and healthcare expenses that we're paying to the state might far outweigh the loss in tax revenue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am so sympathetic to this bill in the sense that I understand our colleague and the city have this challenge that's been outlined. I have tried to get local courtesy to allow us to put better regulations, and so several of us on things like marijuana shops as well. And so it's I feel the I feel the sort of the pain of it and trying to figure out what to do. But I wonder if I could ask Mr. Briano a question. You seem very convinced that this would not pass legal muster. So why should I not support this and then us try to work on getting some more preemptions for some other stuff in our counties that we don't care for?
Well, Senator, my point was, quite honestly, if you pass something like this, it would pass legal muster because the other cases, and I was involved in them when I was practicing law, the other cases made clear that historically, the state legislature and only the state legislature has legislated concerning the sale, the license issuance, and the taxation of tobacco and cigar products. So there is this strong legal theory, which the two court cases in both Prince George and in Baltimore City relied upon. And when those two localities tried to enter those fields, they never had that power, and that's what the court said, that it was preempted by state law, by the action of state law. So this would reverse that. And as pointed out by some of the other witnesses, very respectfully, you'd be voting and passing this in the blind because you don't know what Baltimore City's going to try to do. And what Baltimore City's going to try to do will have a direct effect on revenues and on state regulation. And I've just been around too long to be naive to think no other jurisdiction other than Baltimore City's not going to come in other legislative sessions. And you're going to have,
also ask for the same
and you're going to have local bills. You're going to have local as well. As pointed out articulately by some of the others, Baltimore City has zoning authority. If indeed those facilities are on that one block, that's the fault of Baltimore City.
Thank you.
Very clearly. Let's not kid ourselves.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on that point, Mr. Bariano, as far as zoning, and I've heard this a couple of times, although the Baltimore City has zoning, in legislating on zoning, you have to treat all retailers the same. Isn't that correct? So whether it's a smoke shop or a candy store or a glove and mitten store, when you talk about regulating zoning, and especially in a place like Baltimore City, where it's very unique, where we have residential businesses, it's really hard to identify in zoning code, which will bring the city in repute and into a lawsuit if they treated one retail business differently from another. Isn't there limitations as to what
your zoning law? You are correct, Senator. Mr. Vice Chairman. Your zoning laws have to be equally enforced. However, in those zoning laws, the particular locality, and it involves a lot of different businesses and activities, can limit the numbers or the sizes of those zoning. Everything has to be above, equal to all those. But they can, just as they do historically with liquor stores and liquor zoning, determine how many can be in a particular area. and limit it that way. And that's equal zoning treatment in that category of that type of a business. Traditionally, local and county governments have that authority. And to the extent you want to, the thrust of your testimony, as I understood it, was the proliferation. Baltimore City has that authority, and well,
I think we disagree, and that's okay.
To zoning, I believe they do, but I'm not trying to argue with you, Mr. Vice Chairman. But this bill will allow Baltimore City to do anything, and that concerns me.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, now I don't see any other questions. We have two people virtually in favor, Alex Casper and Kristen Jimison. Alex, you can start.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments. My name is Alex Casper. I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. We have submitted written comments, so I'll be brief. I will read my colleagues who spoke earlier in the room. We are here in support of Senate Bill 279 as originally drafted, which would give Baltimore City local control to regulate tobacco retailers and products. As you've heard, Baltimore City had this authority prior to 2013, so the bill is just reinstating the authority they once had. Local governments are uniquely positioned to meet the needs of people who live in their communities. They see firsthand how effective tobacco control policy can evolve over time and can respond more quickly to local needs and tailor ordinances to meet those needs. That is why it's critically important for Baltimore City to be able to have local control over tobacco policy within the city so they can determine what is best for the communities they serve. We support Senate Bill 279 as drafted and thank Senator Hayes for bringing the bill forward. We encourage a favorable report.
Thank you. And Kristen?
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Jimison, and I am the Regional Advocacy Director for the Mid-Atlantic for the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. The campaign is the leading advocacy organization working to reduce tobacco use and its deadly consequences in the United States and around the world. First, I'd like to thank the members of this committee for supporting our goals both this year and in many prior sessions. I will be brief. We asked for a favorable report from the committee for Senate Bill 279. I just want to echo our public health partners and our strong support for restoring authority to Baltimore City so their community can address their unique public health challenges and enact and enforce laws regulating the sale of tobacco products that meets the needs of their community. And we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Do I have any questions for either of these? Thank you very much for your testimony. And that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 279. Next, we are going to go to Senate Bill 136, Collective Bargaining Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission Police Officers. So Senator Kramer, is Senator Bailey also here with you? Is it?
Yes, he is.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Should we go first? You want me to go first? Okay.
All right. then,
Senators, do you have your panel that you want?
I think we've got some of Maryland's best and finest here at the table, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, colleagues, this is Senate Bill 136 being introduced by yours truly, Ben Kramer for the record, and the good Senator Jack Bailey. And it turns out that since yesterday, he and I have become fast friends. That whole deer bill worked out really well for me. And now here he is with me at the table to introduce this bill. Colleagues, this is going to be a very easy sell. Several years ago, this body made the incredibly wise decision to move the regulation of alcohol and tobacco out from the comptroller's office and into a completely different entity. And as part of that process, the Field Enforcement Division of the Comptroller's Office that dealt with alcohol and tobacco also had to be moved into this new entity. At the time, we were doing our very best to ensure that the hardworking women and men in the Field Enforcement Division, when they were transferred over, would have all of the same benefits and ranking and their pay scale, that all of that would remain the same when they were transferred over. I believe what happened inadvertently was that the language that did that was a little insufficient, and that it provided that those who at that time were transferred over would maintain and retain everything as it was. What we just learned from the Department of Budget and Management is that they are now interpreting the law to be that those officers who have been hired subsequent to the transition are to be treated differently than those officers who came over with the transition. And in fact, the Department of Budget and Management has been treating the newer officers the same way up until now, and then said, we think, following the letter of the law, that's not the way it should be done. So the bill before you will correct that failure and simply put the officers that have been hired since the transition back to where they were. So we have one set of bargaining and regulations for all of our officers in the ATCC instead of two separate categories, which is where we just landed. Colleagues, there is an amendment that would just simply change the effective date from the original October 1 draft to July 1, which does help correspond to the fiscal year and making sure everything just falls into place a little more neatly. And with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to the good Senator Bailey to fill in any gaps that I left.
Thank you very much. Senator Bailey, for the record, representing District 29. I would like to say to my good friend, Senator Kramer, we also refer to him as Lord Benjamin. Me too. Thank you for your consideration on a favorable report on this bill, because this would resolve the inconsistency by making the ATCC officers eligible for collective bargaining.
Thank you, Senator. So who would like to go next?
I'll go next. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm First Sergeant Lewis with the State Police, but I'm currently here as the Vice President of Osceola. So I will not elaborate. Their speech pretty much summed up mostly what we have. It explains pretty much everything. It's a scenario that was given to us. So just as the union standpoint, they became an agency in 2021, and they were in Osceola. And it wasn't until last July 1st when our new MOU came in that we were told they're not. So for 4.5 years, they were in our union, and then out of nowhere, they were told they were to be removed. So as the union, we would like to have them back. We feel they should be back. They are state law enforcement officers, and we would just like to have everything fixed. We would like a favorable report on Senate Bill 136, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Who's next?
I'm Agent Supervisor Stephen Stouffer of the Maryland Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission. And on behalf of my fellow agents of the ATCC, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to Senator Bailey and Senator Kramer for sponsoring this bill and taking the initiative to advocate for the sworn agents of the ATCC. Senate Bill 136 corrects what we believe was an oversight regarding ATCC's Field Enforcement Division law enforcement agents' ability to participate in collective bargaining as members of Bargaining Unit 1 of the State Law Enforcement Officers Labor Alliance. Currently, the ATCC is not listed under State Personnel and Pensions Article Section 3, 102. When law enforcement agents were first assigned and transitioned to the newly formed ATC from the Comptroller's Office, they were members of SLEOLA and Bargaining Unit 1. When this transition occurred, they were assured there would be no loss of rights, privileges, pay, employment status, or working conditions. Up until the beginning of fiscal year 26, ATCC agents paid biweekly dues to SLEOLA and received the benefits of the collectively bargained MOU. ATCC field enforcement agents are continuing the enforcement duties they've always been tasked with, enforcing the laws and regulations regarding alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis products, the manufacturing, transportation, and sales of all. ATCC agents would like their collective bargaining representation restored and properly recognized under Section 3102 of the State Personnel and Pensions Article. Thank you all for your time and consideration, and we would request a favorable report on this bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Carl Cavassier. I'm a retired Montgomery County police lieutenant with 27 years law enforcement experience, and I'm currently serving as an enforcement agent with the Maryland Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission. And of course, I'm here in support of the Senate Bill 136. ATC officers are sworn law enforcement. We make arrests, conduct investigations, execute search warrants, and work alongside local and state police throughout Maryland. However, we do not receive the same collective bargaining protections as other state law enforcement officers. Senate Bill 136 simply creates parity and restores our membership with the State Law Enforcement Officers Labor Alliance, ensuring we have the same representation and workplace protection as other state law enforcement officers. Fair and equitable treatment improves morale, retention, and ultimately public safety. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask for your support in supporting Senate Bill 136. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'll be quick. Brian Gill, for the record, the president of State Law Enforcement Officers Labor Alliance, known as SLEOLA. We would respectfully request a favorable for this bill. We would be representing the ATCC. That is all. Thanks.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Senator, I think you have a few more people here that didn't testify yet.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
You have a few more people on the list.
Okay, then we'll rotate out and let those come on up.
Christopher Cano, Jeff Kelly, Andrew Garrison. So that's the last three.
Hello, my name is Agent Supervisor Michelle Bolden. I'm with ATCC. I did 29 years with Baltimore City Police Department. Came over to ATC in June 1st, 2022. I also agree with Senate Bill 136.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Agent Supervisor Watson, 20 plus years of retired from Prince George's County Police Department, and I would love for us to be a part of SLEOLA again, and I hope that you all will say something favorable, or do favorable for Senate Bill 136.
Thank you. Andrew.
And Jeff Kelly, Executive Director of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, and all of my wind has been taken, and I appreciate Senators Bailey and Kramer putting this bill forward. 4.5 years. Can you believe we've been around for 5 years? 4.5 years they're paying dues and they're treated one way. Now they're not. We really hope that you can fix that for us. So my other comment would be, this is just some of the caliber of people that we employ. I've told you over the years that we employ mature people who make good decisions, who understand how to use their words to disentangle situations. You're getting to see a few of them right now. I'm really proud of them. And you also are hearing that all of them here either are or have been supervisors at some point in law enforcement and have continued a second career here, which is pretty striking. So I wholeheartedly encourage a support of Senate Bill 136. And if you have any questions on the finance side, Andrew's here will explain how much or how little this would cost us.
Sorry, thanks, man. Andrew Garrison, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, Director of Finance Accountability, and additionally included in that is my HR capacity. So here, largely for any questions pertaining to either the finance of this or some of the more technical natures of the HR component. One thing I will highlight that the previous speakers haven't mentioned is we don't believe this bill will have a fiscal impact, again, because in large part, these folks have already been treated as Loyola up until recently. And it is already reflected in our expenditures. The additional piece I'll note, as the senator mentioned, as the bill sponsor mentioned, we do have the sponsor amendment on an effective date to align this within the fiscal year that we'd be supportive of as well. And lastly, we've been working with our colleagues at DBM as well who did flag this, and they may potentially need some enabling directive language to really smooth this along. But our understanding is that everyone's on the same page to make this as easy as possible for the folks impacted. I want to thank the sponsors again for supporting this bill and for the committee for your time and attention. Again, happy for any questions.
Thank you. And there is no one in opposition, so you're right. And well supported. Christopher?
Yes, Madam Chair, SCIU Local 500, Christopher Connell, Director of Political Legislative Affairs. At its core, our support for this bill is about labor solidarity. The right to organize and bargain collectively should not depend on job title, agency, or political convenience. When some public workers are excluded from these rights, it weakens the standard for all workers and undermines the stability of the public workforce as a whole. And we strongly believe that every public worker deserves a voice in their working conditions, which includes their wages, their benefit, their safety, disciplinary process. And collective bargaining promotes that transparency, reduces the conflict, improves morale, and leads to more effective public service delivery. Now, this bill does take an important step towards closing the gaps in Maryland's collective bargaining framework. And while we continue to advocate for collective bargaining rights for all public workers who are still excluded under current law, we recognize this bill as meaningful progress in the right direction. And I want to reiterate to all of you, no group of workers should be left behind. Maryland has long positioned itself as a state that values working people, and upholding that commitment means ensuring that labor rights are applied consistently and equitably across the public sector. And we believe you all should look to your colleagues to the South in Virginia who are actually advancing legislation to enfranchise public sector collective bargaining rights for all. And if Maryland wishes to stay economically competitive, we need to ensure our public workforce sets that example. So we urge you to support this bill, and as quick as easy as this was, I hope that the other bills we have around collective bargaining move just as expeditiously.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That ends the hearing on on Senate Bill 136. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. And we are once again going to hear from Senator Kramer.
Thank you for your service, all of you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Senator Kramer.
Hi.
Senate Bill 6. I'm going to call up the folks that you have listed as your panel.
All right, Madam Chair.
Dr. Marcus Johnson.
Sounds like a plan.
Nicole Morse, Tina Kelleher, Ray Baker, and Donna Edwards. And then we're going to have Amanda Dotson virtually. Okay. Senator, you can begin when you're ready.
All righty then. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, good afternoon, colleagues. This is a bill that's going to be a little bit familiar, but there is a change to this bill from the way it's been introduced in the past. Now, this is the bill that deals with giving our hard-working faculty in the University of Maryland system the same right to collective bargaining that every state employee currently has. However, we have pared down the bill from the past in an effort to show great compromise to our friends from the University of Maryland system. And the bill now would provide collective bargaining to the faculty that are non-tenure track. Not that we are giving up on the notion that all faculty should have this right if they choose to do so, but in an effort to bring some compromise to the issue, the bill has been adjusted this year, so it is applying to the non-tenure track faculty. And our non-tenure track faculty are in fact lecturers, instructors, adjuncts, and professors who teach a substantial majority of undergraduate courses across the University of Maryland system. They are on the front lines of instruction, they advise students, they mentor, they grade, they innovate in the classroom, yet despite doing the core work of the university, they are routinely denied the most basic workplace protections and a meaningful voice in decisions that directly affect their livelihoods. This bill is fundamentally about fairness, stability, and educational quality. Non-tenure track faculty often work on short-term contracts, sometimes semester to semester, with little job security, limited benefits, and inconsistent pay for the same work performed by colleagues across departments or even within the same department. They may be rehired year after year, performing the same essential duties, yet remain excluded from decisions about workload, compensation, evaluation standards, or professional development. Collective bargaining, excuse me, does not guarantee outcomes, but it does guarantee a process, a fair, transparent, and legally structured process where faculty in the university can sit at the table as equals, and negotiate in good faith. High turnover among non-tenure track faculty is not an accident. It is the predictable result of unpredictable employment. When faculty are unsure whether they will have a job the next semester, they cannot plan their lives, support their families, or fully invest in the institution. Students also feel this instability as well. Continuity matters. Stable faculty lead to better advising, stronger mentorships, and improved learning outcomes. Collective bargaining promotes stability by establishing clear expectations around reappointment, evaluation, and working conditions, which benefits both the educators, the students, and the university system. This bill is not anti-administration, and it's not anti-university. In fact, it's very much pro-University of Maryland. Universities across the country, including a large number of Maryland's peer institutions, already allow non-tenure track faculty to collectively bargain. The evidence is clear. Collective bargaining improves morale, it reduces turnover, and strengthens shared governance without undermining academic freedom or administrative authority. When faculty have a voice, institutions are stronger. It is also important to emphasize what this bill does not do. It does not mandate unionization. It does not impose a contract. It does not dictate outcomes. It simply gives non-tenure track faculty the choice already afforded to all of our other Maryland State public employees. Denying that choice sends a troubling message, colleagues, that some educators are essential enough to teach our students, but not valued enough to be heard. And that's inexcusable. As a state, Maryland has long been a national leader in education, labor rights, and progressive public policy. Extending collective bargaining rights to non-tenure track faculty is consistent with our state's values and our history. Now, just last week, colleagues, I discussed at a little bit of length how our University of Maryland system has somehow never given up its ACC Southern mentality as to labor equality. The fact of the matter is, we are now in the Big Ten. And I find it shameful and embarrassing that our university system is going to come up to this table when we are done in opposition to this legislation. We have got to pull them out of the Strom Thurmond School of Labor and bring our university system into the 21st century. Colleagues, just real fast to make my point, I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs that were submitted in opposition from the University System of Maryland, and the signatures on it indicate it's from Daniel Channon. My apologies, sir, if I've mispronounced your name. And someone who's familiar to this committee, Ms. Sherry Rojas. In their opposition, they offer the following. The practical reality is that there are union groups, both at the table and on the sidelines, supporting this legislation, who stand to benefit financially and who will begin that organizing work immediately, despite what employees at each of the campuses actually want. Colleagues, I will proffer to you that the folks who are sitting here today are not here unwillingly. They are here because they want the right, if they so choose, to make the decision to bargain collectively. Now, the next two paragraphs in this opposition letter bemoan the process by which this will occur. It goes on to read, signatures collected on showing of interest forms are valid for 18 months if a union collects showing of interest forms signed by at least 30% of the eligible employees, et cetera, et cetera. Colleagues, here's the fact. What they are complaining about, what they are bemoaning, is the law that this committee and this legislative body passed, and is the same for all bargaining amongst public employees in the state. They are trying to mislead you into believing that somehow this would be unique to the new bargaining afforded these people. That is absolutely not the case. that is in fact simply requiring them to follow state law in collective bargaining process. So with that, colleagues, I would ask that we step up to the plate, we do the right thing, and we ensure that we are respecting the will of these hardworking people who are out in the field teaching our students. Our families do not send their students to the University of Maryland because of the Board of Regents. They send them there because of these people, and we need to respect that. With that, I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
For your testimony. Who's going to go first? You, Donna?
I will.
Excellent. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, members of the committee. And thank you, sponsor, for a fantastic intro and for your tenacity and commitment to bringing collective bargaining to everybody here in Maryland. I'm only going to make 2 points. You have my written testimony. One is that studies that have been reported and presented to the National Studies Center for Collective Bargaining on universities, they have presented that where faculty is organized in these universities, that there is more money spent on teaching than there is spent on administration. And that where there is collective bargaining in these universities with the faculty union, consistently it's 2 to 3% less spent on administration than it was before. The other point I'm going to make is that it has been brought up last week, as well as even today, the comparison to Virginia. And let me just say, last year, the legislators of Virginia passed the law to repeal the ban on collective bargaining, allowing 574,000 employees, including university faculty and employees, as well as all state employees, the right to collectively bargain. That was banned by the governor. It was a draconian bill that was passed during Jim Crow days, and we are very poised at this point. It is moving through the House, the Senate, and this governor will not be vetoing it. So if we don't move forward, if we want to stay with you all still having the obstacle of collective bargaining for our university faculty and employees, then we are going to be behind the University of Virginia and all of Virginia. So please, we ask you to support this bill, Senate Bill 6. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nicole Morse. I'm a tenured professor at UMBC. I'm a recent transplant from Florida, where I was the director of the Center for Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Florida Atlantic. As you might imagine, it was challenging teaching gender studies in Florida. I was excited when I got the job at UMBC. Colleagues from across the country congratulated me, and they all warned me I would miss the union when I left Florida, where we had a strong faculty union, and I came to Maryland. I have discovered that is completely true. Even though I have tenure, I have less understanding of the conditions of my work. I have less say in my working conditions, and I watch my colleagues, who this bill would directly affect, who are non-tenure track, dealing with even more uncertainty, lack of clarity, and lack of control. This matters not just to us as faculty, but to our students, because our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. And I saw this very vividly in my time in Florida. During that time, I was asked to remove a course called Gender and Climate Change from the curriculum. As a tenured faculty member, tenure protected me from being punished for studying gender studies, but it did not allow me to preserve classes within the curriculum that were politically unpopular. It was the union's advocacy and support that enabled me to advocate for that class to be retained, and still now it is being taught every semester and fully enrolls. Now, Maryland is not Florida, and we may not worry that in the near term there will be that kind of censorship of particular topics of teaching. However, the administrators of our universities often describe faculty as the first touch point for students. They know, as we know, that we are there for our students. We understand what our students are going through. And I would say we know that we are more effective if we work together. So ultimately, I do hope that one day I will be able to be in a union and collectively bargain as a faculty member in Maryland. But at this time, I urge you to support Senate Bill 6 for my non-tenure track colleagues. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tina Kelleher. I have served more than 25 years at Towson University in a range of roles and am currently full-time non-tenure track faculty. The USM reclassified lecturers professors of teaching with ranks mirroring tenure track lines, even though categorical confusion persists about benefits, eligibility, and rights, and even though this status typically carries advising, research, and service duties on top of the teaching loads. Indeed, according to TU, I've only worked there for 3 years rather than more than a quarter century when calculating retirement and sick leave, as they only enabled access to such benefits for my rank as of 2022. Ironically, this title change was alluded to this past Monday in an email blast as if part of TU's wellness initiatives with the subject heading, "Putting People First," which echoes our slogan, "Pushing What's Possible." Senators, in these perilous times for higher education, the faculty need more tools to be fearless in the pursuit of the freedom to teach, to learn, and to research. As Justice Brandeis once said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Particularly when power pushes what's possible to weaponize democratic institutions against the interests of the people, targeting professors and universities as if a so-called public enemy. We need new possibilities for building power from the bottom up to support the people on the front lines first. Creating democratic mechanisms for faculty voices to be heard clearly, collectively, and consistently, no matter the distracting political noise and no matter the fiscal challenges looming, prioritizes our respective educational mission so that our institutions and our students can rise to meet the challenges ahead. I thank you for your consideration and urge a favorable report on SB 6 in 2026.
Members of the Senate Finance Committee, I'm Marcus Johnson. I'm an assistant professor of government and politics at the University of Maryland, College Park. I grew up in Maryland and my roots in Baltimore run deep. My father, Bishop Marcus Johnson, is the pastor of New Harvest Ministries in Southeast Baltimore. I proudly went to UMD for undergrad and have had the incredible opportunity to return to UMD as a tenure-track faculty member. I currently live in District 40, in the same district with many students and faculty at Coppin State, Morgan State, UB, UMB, and even UMD College Park, even though it's quite a commute. There is much about being a Marylander that I am proud of, but one thing I'm decidedly not proud of is the fact that my state denies the most basic labor right of collective bargaining to its faculty. The bill before you now has the ability to start to change that by giving the right to non-tenure track faculty throughout Maryland to decide for themselves if they want to be collectively represented and to have a say in their workplace. While tenure track faculty like me would directly benefit from the recognition of rights in this bill, this is the right place to start. My colleagues that are non-tenure track faculty have little to no protections from arbitrary dismissal. When their federal grants are canceled, they take salary cuts and even face contract termination. They are paid significantly less than I and other tenure track faculty despite doing much of the same work. Non-tenure track faculty make the university run. They teach the bulk of the undergraduate and master's level classes. They do the research and bring in the grants that create the scholarship and provide the resources that make our USM institutions excel. They went to graduate school, wrote dissertations, and published scholarship just like I do, and I did and still do. This does not make me proud to be a Marylander. It's shameful that USM stratifies our workforce in this way without just recourse. And I'm not alone. As we have been doing outreach in the communities to build support for this bill, the most frequent reaction we get when we talk about the poor conditions that non-tenure track faculty work under is shock. Marylanders are shocked that here in the progressive state of Maryland, faculty are denied the basic right to collectively bargain. This does not make Marylanders proud, it makes us ashamed and angry. Members of the Finance Committee, you have the power to change that today.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Ray Baker. Most commonly, I sit before you as the Maryland Director of the Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades, but I am honored to sit before you today as an adjunct professor at Towson University, asking for a favorable report on SB 6 so that I and my colleagues at Towson, particularly those of us who may be adjuncts and other non-tenured faculty, can have collective bargaining rights. You've heard eloquent presentations from Senator Kramer. You've heard the statistical breakdown from President Edwards. You've heard the first-person experience from my colleague, Dr. Kelleher, and from some of our tenure-track professors who support us. But quite frankly and explicitly, I ask, are professors workers? Are they workers for the state of Maryland? If the answer is yes to that, they should be treated as such. If we are going to be treated as such, that means we deserve collective bargaining rights. To think of us as anything other than academic workers is dishonest and insincere to the function we serve to the state of Maryland. Additionally, Maryland proudly boasts, whether we're talking about those in the Big Ten, whether we're talking about the MEAC with Morgan State and Coppin State, whether we're talking about the CAA with Towson University, a proud host of schools that we send our young people to produce the best and brightest in the state of Maryland. If those who are instructing them are not at their best and at their brightest, why? Because as an adjunct, I must piece together 6 different classes at 3 different campuses on 6 different days out of a 5-day school week in order to make ends meet. How can I then produce the best? And if I'm not producing the best as an educator, our students aren't the best, and that means that this committee, our Senate, our state is willingly and knowingly putting forth into the public not the best and brightest workers when we try to attract business, not the best and brightest when we try to attract research grants, not the best and brightest, and we are betraying our values. Senator Kramer went so far as calling us Strom Thurmond, so there's no need to repeat that. But we can lay the precedent and move forward to be who we need to be. As we support our colleagues at ATC and all across the state, we ask for a favorable report here so state employees, academic workers alike, can have collective bargaining. Thank you.
Do I have any questions for this panel? I don't see any questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We do have one virtual. Amanda Dotson is favorable, and she's virtual. Amanda, unmute, please.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Amanda Dotson. I've been a yearly contractual lecturer on non-tenure track faculty at Morgan State Department of Physics and Engineering Physics for 9 years. I'm proud to work at Morgan State University, and I'm a vital part of the campus community, not only through my teaching, but service the department through my work in committees, co-writing grants, and work outside the classroom with students as a mentor, academic advisor, and club advisor. I'm one of the head organizers of our newly opened Physics Tutorial Center, where I also train and manage students working as peer tutors. I liaise with local schools to recruit future Morgan students. Despite my role within the department teaching core courses, and also the additional work I just described outside of my contract, the shared governance of university council has not been sufficient to address the issues that myself and other lecturers and instructors face. Most lecturers' instructor contracts are 9.5-month contracts and must be reissued on a yearly basis. People have been here, such as myself, for years with no opportunity for promotion or defined career path as non-tenure track faculty. My current 9.5-month salary as a full-time employee teaching 4 classes and fulfilling the roles I previously described is about $51,000. I do have access to subsidized benefits, but this is not the norm for all people in contractual positions. We have no way of addressing these issues in a way the administration will hear us. Many contractual employees are afraid to speak up individually about the issues of lack of job security, lack of a career ladder, and lack of adequate benefits and pay, for fear that they will not have their contract renewed the next semester. Having the right to collective bargaining, a right that many other federal and state employees currently have, will give us this voice and equal footing with administration. We do not wish to engage in collective bargaining to gouge the university and receive outrageous salaries. We want to be able to sit down with administration and engage in a discussion as equals to establish a wage commensurate with our education and experience, a career path, and benefits. I call on this committee to issue a favorable report for this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That ends the panel for Senate Bill 6. I have 2 more people to testify, Christopher Cano and Paul Lemley.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee, Christopher Cano, Director of Political Legislative Affairs for SEIU Local 500. You know, forget what I had to write. I'm gonna just speak directly to you from the heart. I started out on my journey of working as an adjunct professor 7 days a week with no health benefits, making 26 grand a year in the state of Florida. It's what led me directly to getting involved in labor organizing. And in the time I spent as a labor organizer, I got the opportunity to organize and win over 13 unions across this country. And understanding the plight of what non-tenure track faculty go through and getting them to realize that as workers, many times they don't make wages or benefits any better than the fast food workers that we see at the drive-thru at McDonald's or Burger King. And the fact is that our institutions of higher learning are funded in the millions, in billions sometimes. And the fact that any institution of higher learning, especially the ones that we see in our state that are well-funded, that you all go at each other for of whether or not they need to be fully funded, would get up and say that collective bargaining is going to make the sky fall. I can tell you that we have a dozen institutions currently organized in the DMV under SEIU Local 500, and none of them are at risk of going out of business. University of Maryland is not going to be at risk of going out of business. And these folks here can weather another 3, 5, or 10 years if necessary, because that's the only survival that they've had to do and go through. They will survive. The question is will Maryland's economy survive? And who will the voters hold accountable as we see less economic opportunity and we see less viable and productive members coming out of our universities because we lose the talent that these folks have? And so I ask you, please, pass this bill and make sure every public worker has collective bargaining rights so we can put an end to this.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. My name is Paul Lemley, MSEA President, representing 76,000 educators in strong support of Senate Bill 6. In the context of attacks on the institutions of labor and higher education, this legislation improves the rights of workers and strengthens our democracy. It's time to do this, as you heard, because it is the right time, but also because the context has changed. Collective bargaining delivers better working conditions, benefits, and compensation, of course. But outside the workplace, unions call attention to policies that harm our members and the public. Perhaps most importantly, we litigate on behalf of our members. The News Guild sued Homeland Security over officers' use of force against both protesters and reporters. The American Association of University Professors sued over threats to academic freedom, over this administration's revocations of student and work visas, and over constant threats to yank federal funding over DEI programs. Unions representing public employees are suing over the administration's illegal efforts to close entire federal agencies, over mass layoffs, and over attempts to silence and punish federal workers who express dissent. In a suit challenging funding cuts at Columbia, union workers fought for their institution in spite of the leadership decision to settle with the Trump administration. I really do hope to be wrong about this, but I think you'll need us. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have 6 people unfavorable: Allison Wren, Daniel Shannon, Julianne Garcia, Harry Snow, Dean Mark Gladwin, and Sherry Roja.
Ready? Good afternoon, Chair Beidle and Vice Chair Hayes. I'm Allison Rinn, Senior Vice Chancellor of the University System of Maryland, which is made up of 12 institutions and 3 regional higher education centers, and does not include our colleagues at Morgan State or St. Mary's. As you'll hear in our later testimony, our institutions are very diverse, and the work of our faculty as well. Last session, the USM supported SB 750, enabling collective bargaining for adjuncts as amended. Why did we feel those amendments were vital? You'll hear from UMGC in a few moments about that request. Were you aware that without a strong UMGC, Maryland is unlikely to meet our state goals for higher education? As for UMB, their unique mission provides research and education that is critical to Marylanders' health. Both institutions will share with you how their funding and instructional structure make inclusion in this bill impossible. Today, I want to share with you 3 brief points about our perspective. First, we believe that faculty members play a distinct role in academia. However, we recognize adjunct faculty may potentially need collective bargaining rights because their employment conditions differ from tenure-track faculty. Shorter contracts, not term-to-term stability, we understand that. Second, as we've argued in the past, existing faculty governance bodies already provide democratic mechanisms where voices are heard. But we understand that those structures might not adequately represent our adjunct faculty. And so they often do not have a meaningful voice. Finally, our most important goal is to provide the highest quality educational programs for our students. This is best served by having a long-term and stable instructional workforce. Collective bargaining rights could potentially promote institutional stability and educational quality. If this bill were amended to match SB 750 from last session, the USM could be favorable. However, as the bill is currently written, the USM requests an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidle, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony regarding Senate Bill 6. I'm Dan Chanin, the Associate Vice Chancellor for Human Resources with the University System of Maryland. The sponsor focused his opening comments on the role non-tenured faculty play in instruction and on the compromise that this bill represents. However, the bill as written is overbroad and vague. Faculty do much more than just instructional duties. The Board of Regents policy, which just defines the types of faculty we have, define 8 distinct types of faculty that do roles ranging from research, instruction, field work, clinical faculty, the instructional faculty at UMGC who have a distinct way of operating, and other unique classifications such as visiting and emeritus professors and professors of practice who do not fit comfortably into the framework presented. The bill also creates confusion. It references department heads within their within the language of the bill, a position that is typically held by tenure-track faculty and often has supervisory responsibility. And they attempt to apply that to non-tenure track faculty. This is the other language that is problematic is the those in comparable positions. This is all language that is likely to result in future litigation and administrative costs. And again, a well-defined bill would better serve both the faculty and the university. Rather than working with USM to develop a clear, workable definition aligned with existing policy and practices, SB 6 is vague and bound to cause confusion and litigation. And I would ask for a unfavorable recommendation from the committee.
Hello, committee. My name is Julianne Garcia, and I'm the Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer for the University of Maryland Global Campus. I'm here today to ask for your consideration on an amendment to exempt UMGC from Senate Bill 6 due to our unique business model. I understand this committee recognized this difference last session when it exempted UMGC from the bill. I know that you have our written statement, but I wanted to take this time to just highlight some of UMGC's unique differences. UMGC is the only full-on institution in the USM offering all student services remotely. UMGC employs roughly a little over 5,000 part-time as-needed adjuncts residing across the United States, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, who are primarily hired for their applied industry expertise rather than traditional academic credentials. 86% of those are predominantly employed full-time. Due to our global scale, the adjunct faculty teach a highly standardized curriculum designed by full-time faculty to ensure consistent assessment. This reduces the scope of responsibility and autonomy typically expected in traditional faculty roles. Our overseas instructional activities abroad are governed by Department of Defense contracts, which strictly define the scope of work and institutional autonomy. Thank you for the opportunity to share some information about UMGC. We look forward to working with this committee on amendments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
You can start.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer comments on SB 6. My name is Sherry Rojas. I'm the Senior Director of Labor for the USMO. With a simplified process under PARA, including automatic recognition for union cards collected for over 50% of the unit, this bill could more than double represented employees across the system. The imposition of such policy changes would significantly increase costs for personnel, implementation, and administration, and would be challenging for all of our campuses, and as you've heard, potentially devastating for others. This is troubling under the current budgetary climate where federal level cuts have followed back-to-back base budget cuts. Just for some perspective, the 3-year cost of the consolidated MOU totaled more than $200 million. Just a 1% increase cost $7 million for the 6,000 staff represented under that contract, which is not even half of the faculty this bill covers. Well, there are some folks who are interested in establishing collective bargaining rights for faculty. It is not the norm in the U.S. On average, only 27% of all faculty across the country are actually unionized. Finally, it's unclear why a pivot from what has historically been reasonable limitations on collective bargaining is necessary. Expanding rights to those who regularly work outside of the state or who are funded through service or research grants or contracts or clinical revenues is inappropriate. Such changes will be immensely impactful, and nothing in this bill restricts these union units from electing to negotiate on a consolidated basis, which we would argue is not appropriate. I would note that suggested amendments were submitted with our testimony for your consideration, including pushback of the effective date to 2028 to give all parties time to prepare. For all of these reasons and those noted by my colleagues, the USM requests an unfavorable report on SB 6 as written. Thank you.
So I'm Mark Garrison. I'm Dean Mark Garrison. I think you called Dean Mark Goodwin. Am I out of order here? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I'm next, I guess.
Thank you, Chair Beidel.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us here. My name is Mark Gladwin. I serve as the Dean of the University of Maryland School of Medicine and Vice President for Medical Affairs for the University of Maryland, Baltimore. UMB is the only academic health center in the University System of Maryland, and I'm here today to respectfully oppose SB 6 as written and to urge the committee to consider targeted exemptions. Most of UMB's non-tenure track faculty are clinical or research faculty. Importantly, less than 10% of their salaries are paid with state funds, but instead funded through clinical revenue or externally sponsored research grants. These faculty operate in environments governed by federal grant rules, patient care reimbursement systems, licensure requirements, and productivity-based compensation models, conditions that are not negotiable through collective bargaining. For example, of the 2,670 non-tenure track faculty at UMB, 1,480 are appointed in the School of Medicine. For this subset of faculty, the state appropriate funds contribute only 5% of their salaries. The remaining 95% is generated on research grants and contracts tuition, clinical service contracts, and funds generated through the care of patients like Medicaid and Medicare. Of those 1,480 School of Medicine faculty, approximately 1,000 have clinical responsibilities as well as academic activities. Applying a collective bargaining framework designed for state-funded positions to these roles creates serious operational and fiscal risks for us. For research faculty, employment terms are dictated by sponsors such as the NIH, not the university. For clinical faculty, compensation and workload are directly tied to patient care delivery and reimbursement programs like Medicare and Medicaid. UMB supports meaningful faculty engagement, robust benefits, strong shared governance, and grievance processes that include non-tenure track faculty. Our concern is that SB 6, as drafted, does not adequately reflect the realities of academic medical centers and could unintentionally undermine Maryland's clinical care and research missions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. So I have two people here that haven't spoken. So you are Dean Mark Garrison?
Yes.
And who's?
Harry Snow, but I'm already covered.
Okay. So Dean Garrison, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Mark Garrison. I am the Dean of the School of Graduate Studies at Morgan State University, not a member of the USM, and not a member of the Big Ten. I wish to thank the Senator Chair, Senator Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and the committee for the opportunity to speak today. President Wilson of Morgan State University has submitted a written statement explaining our unfavorable view of the bill and expressing also that we are not opposed to collective bargaining. I will read through some of the thoughts that we have had in addition that are of great concern here. First, the Department of Legislative Services Fiscal and Policy Note acknowledges that USM institutions, MSU, and SMCM will suffer administrative costs, or could. It is not a could for us, it is definitive. We are certain that this will cost us significantly and in ways that we can't even imagine now, should the opportunity to become unionized occurs. I have a major concern in the extraordinarily imprecise and vague definition of non-tenure track faculty that includes teachers, researchers, department heads, and those in comparable positions. I'm going to outline what this means in our case. The definition would sweep in professors of practice, a broader category of specialists we call non-faculty researchers, including postdoctoral fellows, temporary faculty hired to replace tenured faculty on federally sponsored research, the administrators of sponsored programs and special centers, that is the department heads, librarians who support and engage in research, the heads of state-sponsored research centers, a number of administrators in our Division of Research and Economic Development, even associate and assistant deans with comparable duties to department heads. The entire adventure would place these individuals at odds with individuals who are literally at the same level, maybe in the same office, but unable to draw a line to research, teaching, or comparable duties. For our graduate enterprise, we have adjunct graduate faculty members ranging from sitting community college presidents to NASA scientists, tenured faculty at other institutions, including College Park, professionals in business, accounting, nursing, and medicine, and so on, supporting our diverse array of instructional and research needs. This is quite a challenge for us to consider what this would mean with this lack of clarity.
Dean, I have two more names, but we don't have any more room at the table, so do I have any questions at all for this panel? Senator Kramer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rojas, you and Dean Garrison here raised concerns about costs, that somehow this is just going to blow up the institution and bring it to financial ruin. Dean, you actually had pointed to the policy and fiscal note here, but my question, Ms. Rojas, is, because now I'm reading from that very document. The language that I'm reading is as follows: salary expenditures for eligible non-tenure track faculty may, emphasis on the word may, increase. And then it continues to the point which I'm going to ask you about. However, any increases depend on the outcomes of actual negotiations. Now, to the best of my knowledge, our friends in organized labor are not interested in bankrupting any entity, including the University of Maryland system. So is it not a fact that any costs, which you're exceedingly concerned about from your testimony, will in fact depend on the outcomes of actual negotiations? Is that not correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator Kramer. Yes, of course, the
Thank you.
terms that are contained in an MOU depend on the negotiations that happen between the parties. There's always going to be some back and forth. What I can say is that collective bargaining, though, does always increase costs to those involved in that process.
In what way, madam?
Just do a quick Google search and you'll find that in almost every instance when an announcement is made about an agreement reached, the first thing that's highlighted and the focus of that announcement is always on enhanced wages. Enhanced wages are costs to the institution, and those are base wage increases, which are forever costs that can continue on into perpetuity.
And
even the
Ms.
union's own
Rojas,
websites, boast getting more money for folks. And I can unequivocally say from our own experiences in collective bargaining negotiations with other units, we have seen increased costs to our institutions as a result of that.
And I appreciate your pure speculation, but we as a body have to look toward the information provided to us, the factual information from legislative services that you just acknowledged is in fact correct, that it depends on the outcome of actual negotiations. And it's not just about money, is it, ma'am? Would it not also be about working conditions and whether somebody knows in advance of maybe more than a month if they'll be rehired? There are lots of things that might be subject to collective bargaining. Is that just a simple yes or no, ma'am?
Sure, there are, and there
Thank
are also other terms that add a lot of economic cost.
And let me ask you this. Do you have any documentation that Penn State University has had dramatic costs that have made it impossible for them to do business as a consequence of collective bargaining?
I have not looked specifically at Penn State. What I can tell you is that recently there have been a number of institutions who have had to lay off or cut faculty positions because they've been in positions where they just run out of money. They have no more to give. And when, when you're always negotiating.
That's a consequence of collective bargaining, or could there be a myriad of reasons that an institution may have to prioritize how it chooses to spend its revenue?
Sure,
It
absolutely.
may invest it in its workforce, or it may choose to put it somewhere else, like maybe their football team or coaches. Is that not a fact?
Yes, institutions have priorities, certainly.
Thank you. And real fast, and then I'll be finished. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Wren. I'm sorry?
Doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. Dr. Wren. You indicated that this would bring about potentially institutional instability. Sounds like the system could collapse.
I did not say that, sir. I said it could potentially bring greater stability.
I wrote down, and if I missed it, so you're saying collective bargaining could bring greater stability?
It could potentially for the adjunct group that we are talking about as Senate Bill 250 last year was amended.
So, and if I wrote it down wrong, so you are not representing to this body that passage of this bill might create institutional instability?
Passage as written right now will create instability.
Aha, so my original question to you was in fact correct.
Passage as written will create instability.
You stated the passage of this bill might potentially create institutional instability. Can I ask you if you have any empirical research of any university system in this entire nation where institutional instability was the consequence of passing legislation like this that so many hundreds of universities have right now? Or do you have any documentation to validate that assertion?
I'm not really concerned about what's happening in other states. I'm
Okay.
concerned about what's happening potentially to the University of Maryland, Baltimore.
You've
and
answered
the
my
University of
question,
Maryland
ma'am.
Global
You have
Campus.
nothing, so thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. For the University of Maryland, it's been thrown around a lot. The Big Ten schools were the only one. My understanding is that at Purdue, Indiana, Nebraska, Iowa, Ohio State, that they don't have collective bargaining for TAs and non-tenure track professors. Penn State, I think, is in the middle of a negotiation. So it's not accurate to say we're the only one of the Big Ten. Is that maybe Ms. Rojas? I don't know if you would have any.
I think you might be referring to the graduate assistants. I know we specifically looked at the graduate assistants, and that is correct. Some of the institutions have collective bargaining for graduate assistants in the Big Ten, but not all do.
For the non-tenured track, is everybody else, are we the only ones?
No.
I don't believe so. Yeah. No. It's interesting, and then just a final question. I happened to look on the Penn State Faculty Alliance website because Penn State came up, and they are working for non-tenure track, it looks like, to establish a union, and then they'll go before the Pennsylvania Labor Relations Board. But one of the things that they interestingly said on their website, there was a sort of an FAQ where different things that are said opposing unions, and they're trying to answer those back, which is certainly their right to do. But one of the questions they asked is, well, will my salary go down if I unionize? And the answer was no, your salary will not go down. Most workers receive a substantial pay increase with their first union contract, and those at the bottom of the pay scale usually see the biggest boost. So whether we think that's good or not, it does, again, just the very own talking points from the organizing units. And it's certainly their right to do this, and I understand why they'd like to be able to collectively bargain, but it does show that obviously that's going to be added salary and cost to the system, which may be fine, maybe not fine, but it is a reality. I assume you agree with that, with this union's assertion that their salaries would go up.
I do, and in fact, one of our own local institutions, I think it was Howard County Community College, perhaps, just had faculty collective bargaining, and they noted in one of their own publications that wages increased to the highest levels in like the past 6 years or something like that.
And we rejoice with their good fortune, but it wouldn't be accurate to assume that it's not going to go up. So thank you very much.
Senator Reedy, I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony. We
Thank
still
you.
have David Wilson from Morgan State and Leslie Thompson from Morgan State.
Did you say David Wilson? He is in D.C.
Thank you very much. No, we have to go back. If Senator Kagan is here, Senate Bill 303, Business Regulation. Sale of motor fuel.
Before I start, Madam Chair, colleagues, and especially Tammy, I just want to apologize and thank you for the indulgence in the change of order. I know it's been a long day for you. I'm going to be brief. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. You may remember, I suspect that those of you who have been on this committee would remember what I told, I have to make sure my phone is off now. When I came and I told you, Madam Chair, that I had a kumbaya moment, and you weren't sure what I meant, And I came in that day after 7 years, and I had Kurt McCauley sitting with me, the head of the gas station, the service station dealers, and I had unanimous support for stopping the bait and switch on gas price station signage. And everyone was in agreement, and everyone was on the same team, and we finally passed the bill. It was a good day for consumers. Well, it turns out that the comptroller and the Attorney General and I have been in conversations for about a year trying to figure out enforcement. So it turns out that the drafting of the bill didn't quite precisely work when they wanted to start enforcing. So I'm going to hold up, and I apologize for anyone watching at home who isn't able to see this, but I'm going to hold up just 2 photos of the bad guy on West Street who persists in advertising in a large, elevated, lit pricing sign the cost of gasoline that is only available to less than 10% of their customers. It's 90-something% of people who pay with debit or credit. But this price is only for cash. If you notice, on the ground, not illuminated, smaller is the cash price. What I'm going to show you in the other sign is, on the other photo, is what happens all the time at this particular gas station, is they park a car in front of the sign. So even if you could see the sign, it's obscured. There are places that do it with advertising signs. They do it behind shrubbery. It is not possible for a Marylander or for a prospective customer to drive by and know what price they are going to pay. So I am not going to take a lot of your time. This is a cleanup bill. These guys said that they were for the transparency, for the fairness, and now they're like, oh, wait a second, I changed my mind now. So I am appalled that Kirk McCauley, my former buddy on this bill, that we worked together, that the Mid-Atlantic petroleum distributors, the retailers, all these folks who were with us when we passed this Kumbaya bill to stop ripping off consumers, are now coming in against fixing it so we can protect the consumers. Senate Bill 303 is about standardizing signage. One thing that we didn't anticipate was the add-on for car washes or club prices or something. So it adds that, and it adds language for enforcement that the comptroller has requested. The Attorney General's office has come in. They were willing to fight the battle without a change. The comptroller's more comfortable with a change. I want to say, I'm going to read from Kirk McCauley's testimony from 2024 when we passed this bill. He said, quote, this bill would bring a standard price sign law for all counties and municipalities and bring uniformity across the state. Better for motorists, better for retailers who operate in multiple counties and cities, and less confusion for state weights and measures, which enforces sign laws for motor fuels. The petroleum dealers talks about how it makes sense to have a single standard. They talk about how it's the ability for a station operator to post the credit and debit price if higher than the cash price. These folks were all allies, and now suddenly they are not. I am disappointed in their hypocrisy and their inconsistency, and I hope that we're going to be able to allow this law, this consumer protection law, to be modified in a modest way so that Maryland consumers can be protected. Let me just say one other thing, which is they're going to come in and say, oh, there are only a few people who have submitted complaints. When I was here a few years ago, I had a big stack of complaints from the Attorney General's office. To have felt like you were ripped off by 5 cents, 10 cents. On car wash, it's 25 cents or more per gallon when people are already struggling with affordability, when they're already feeling angry about the unfairness that's out there as they try to pay their bills. For them to experience that and go home and go online to try to find the Attorney General's office or the Comptroller's office, to find the Consumer Protection Division or the Weights and Measure Division, to do something online. It takes a lot. When it was only one jurisdiction, when it was just the Attorney General, we had a big stack. Now that it's in the Comptroller's office, it is a bit of a stretch of the imagination. There are only a modest number. That does not reflect the anger and the frustration and the resentment that I hear when I talk about this bill. I hope we're going to be able to fix this so it can be enforced. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention.
Thank you. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, just in going back to the 2004 bill, I know it had been
24?
there. 2024, sorry. Been around so long,
Yes,
it might have been 2004 since we first heard it. Did your bill then address reward cards?
So I already said that, Senator Hershey. The 2024 bill did not do club, did not do rewards, did not do car washes. So that's new language.
So the bait and switch here, right? There is new information in your bill, huh?
Senator Hershey, I made that clear, and this is about protecting consumers. If it's the committee's wish to just correct and clarify in the way that the comptroller needs so it can enforce, that would be your discretion.
Okay. I just want to make sure when you say that, you referenced Mr. McCauley a number of times.
I did.
That he, is all of a sudden coming back and opposing something that you said he was in favor of a couple years ago. The bill is different, correct?
If his testimony, Senator Hershey, said we're okay with increasing, with tweaking the enforcement mechanisms that the comptroller requested, I could live with that. That's not what he did.
Okay, but the bill is more than that now. It brings in rewards cards and
it's other methods of ripping off consumers.
So you mentioned that a few times. I'm trying to figure out how somebody that pulls into a gas dispenser, puts their credit card in, sees the number right in front before they start pumping their gas. How are they ripped off when they're looking at that number?
Senator Hershey, people make decisions about which gas station to go to while they're driving.
Right.
Once they come in, turn off the ignition, get out of the car, open up their gas tank, put their credit card in, and then see the price jump, they've kind of made the commitment. That's why.
They could pump less, right? I mean, if they were going to come for a fill up and they saw, oh my gosh, it's 10 cents more than I thought when I pulled in, I'm just going to pump enough that I can get to my favorite gas station that I'm more familiar with, right?
You are talking to someone who actually has done that,
I would imagine you did.
Put the nozzle back in the tank and driven away without gas.
And I think that's the important thing, right?
Consumers
People can make
have that option.
decision and do what they want to, right?
It is infuriating to feel like you know how much you're going to pay and then to have been snookered into paying some other amount
and you
to
say
fill your gas tank.
Infuriated. I think Mr. McCauley's testimony went through the number of complaints that were. Did you see that?
I spoke to that.
Yeah.
I did see his testimony. I talked about that. It used to be that the Attorney General's Office of Consumer Protection was the very easy and obvious place to place complaints. I told you, I've already addressed to this committee that I had a big stack of complaints that came from around the state a couple of years ago. Now that it's a little bifurcated between the Office of Consumer Protection and the Attorney General's Office and the Comptroller's Office of Weights and Measures, which is not exactly intuitive, I think that's an explanation. So it's a little bit of a red herring to say that unless people are making the heroic effort to report it, that they're not ticked about this.
Well, they could be upset, but at the end of the day, you're putting a regulation in that is going to penalize gas stations that don't comply with this regulation now, right?
So it's not a regulation, it's a law, and we've already done that, Senator Hershey. The intent was to mandate that there be clear pricing signs, that if there is one sign that is lit and elevated and large, that it be the price that 90-something% of Marylanders or customers are going to pay.
Okay. Again, we've talked very often about Maryland being one of the most expensive states in the country with respect to business regulations, and here's another unnecessary regulation that makes it more expensive for businesses to operate in Maryland. But in here, you have something about the supplier paying for the sign?
So,
What's that?
Senator Hershey, that was in the law. That's already the law.
Right.
We passed that 2024, and that is still in the law. So that doesn't change this.
That
And
does-
so in other words, if you're worried about the small mom and pop, if there are small mom and pop gas stations, they will not be on the hook. I can also tell you that with today's technology, and I'm sure you all have seen this more and more, is the signs that are electronic. So it's very easy to change the pricing. There are also those that vacillate between credit, cash. There are also those that have two panels and that have the cash price and the credit price. There's so many ways of doing it, and we didn't want to put the little guys on the hook, so it literally asked for the suppliers that normally do pay for signage. We even put it in the law. That has been law since 2024.
Okay, I'm just.
Thank you.
You might mention that it was in the law before, but it is written again, but that's because you've deleted an entire section. Is that what's happened? Or, I mean, it is in bold, capitalized print, but deleted the first bracket. So is that what happened? Okay, so, okay. With respect to that, again, concern is, as you said, what it is. I think Mr. McCauley's testimony is going to say that there's one complaint for about every 3 million transactions. With respect to that and where we're going, this bill does change the game a little bit in bringing apps and loyalty programs into place. And I think we're going to see that be addressed by the opposition this year as well, too. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm looking,
Do I have
Senator
any other-
Hershey, do you want to, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was looking for where it is that you were referencing, because I know it's in here and I'm not finding it quickly for you.
Chair was right. You had bracketed one whole section off and added
there's
another
brackets
section.
taking
So
out.
it did carry from one to the next.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions for the sponsor? No, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next, we have the unfavorables, Michael Halloran, Kelly Locklear, John Pica. Oh, John is seeing an orthopedic doctor. I don't think he's here. And Kirk McCauley.
No, he had to go. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which are owners and operators of gas and service stations here throughout Maryland. Just quickly, just to kind of recharacterize MAPTA's position on the House Bill 882, which was passed in 2024. Our favorable with amendments position, our written testimony, and you could pull it up again. It was House Bill 882 of 2024. The amendment and the reason why we would be favorable is if an amendment regarding preemption was adopted. So that was, and our written testimony further went on to explain how important that was so that we don't have multiple jurisdictions with all sorts of different, vagaries on signage. With regards to this year's bill, it was mentioned, in the previous conversation, now we're talking about, frankly, disallowing, I don't know how else to categorize it, disallowing our gas stations from advertising a lower price to their customers. I mean, that's basically what this bill would do. If you are a loyalty member, pick your favorite gas station. Our members who are following the law under this bill, well, check that. Under this bill, if our members were to advertise in a larger font, that, hey, if you are a loyalty member or if you want to get a car wash, we're going to give you 10, 15, 20 cents off. We can't do that anymore. So to me, I fail to see the difference between doing something like that or, let's say, going to your favorite grocery store. Now I have a sign up in my window saying, hey, you're going to get 99 cents per pound bananas if you're a rewards member. To me, I wouldn't see the difference. So I certainly don't would be worried that if we start with this, what's to say we're not going after that sort of issue next. So with that, we do oppose the bill and we respectfully request the unfavorable report.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance for the, I think, 7th year of discussion on this. There are major differences, Senator Hershey. Thank you for bringing that up. And I thought maybe we could just talk about the history here. this committee really did pass thoughtful language. We did have a kumbaya and have a come to moment on to make sure that what was clearly being disclosed to the consumer was the credit or the debit price if it was higher than cash. Or you could go ahead and advertise both. That is not what this new language says at all. It says that if you're going to display a conditional price now, it may not in any way be displayed more prominently than the other price. And this is something I talk to the committee about all the time. We talk about loyalty, we talk about pricing. Affordability seems to be the word of the session. Consumers make split-second decisions about prices. They will drive miles and miles on gas, on consumer goods, and this is diminishing our ability to do that. And I just, hearing the testimony that was just said, I would like to point your attention to page 3, lines starting on line 24 through line 27. Why isn't the law just being enforced then? The law very clearly says on line 26, the sign prominently displays clearly and visibly. That means the consumer has to see the sign. So in these instances that were brought up before, if the sign is not visible, let's go ahead and enforce the existing law, and that's how we can deal with the problem instead of going down this brand new path of, I'm not sure what, with standard pricing and all of that. So respectfully, we are in opposition. Glad to work with the committee.
Thank you, Kaylee. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm the guy she was beating up, but it's, it's all right. This bill is completely different than the other bill. It says prominently displayed. It may not be more prominently displayed than the standard price. So if I have a price up on a pole sign, what's prominent? Do I got to put another price up on a pole sign? Do I got to put another sign up? Digital signs are that you can change them, but there's only so much room up there. And if you have a rewards program, a loyalty card, and offering a cash price, so you got to put your cash price up there, and on the ground you have your credit price, and that sign is required to be visible from the road by motorists. In 2024, that was in the law, and at night it's got to be lit. I don't know how else you'd see a sign at night if it wasn't lit, and it says visible. If you're open, that sign has to be visible. Period. Everybody uses reward cards now. Loyalty cards, reward cards, hardware stores, grocery stores, service stations, sub shops. Everybody uses them. People aren't stupid. They know when they see loyalty card. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's the way business is done nowadays. And the last thing a retail service station dealer would want to do would be to trick a customer. Because if I did that and I really thought I was getting tricked, I'd never go back to that place. And our stations depend on repeat business. They're not on interstates. Well, 99% of them aren't on interstates. They're in communities. Their whole business is built on a community. They have to have repeat customers or they're out of business. So they're not intentionally tricking anyone. If there's a problem with one of them, we'll get it fixed, that's all. And the bill in 2024 can fix anything that Mrs. Kagan was talking about.
Mr. McCauley, thank you for your testimony. Tell me what the enforcement is for this guy on West Street that insists on putting the price.
He's not a member of ours, but that they would, if the comptroller's office can go in there and tell him that sign's got to be lit at night. Okay. It's got to say cash up on the top if that's the price, and it's got to say, credit card down at the bottom, and it's got to be lit.
So we need to ask the comptroller to enforce that. I'll be very unhappy if I lose my rewards card and my 20 cents off for my car.
Well, sure you would be. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense at all. And it used to be Weights and Measures enforced a lot of that. When I talked to Allison Wilkins is her name, the head of Weights and Measures Enforcement, she said it was all comptrollers, and I called there, and they had 51 complaints. And I think I wrote all the figures down. My math's not the best, but I did use a computer. So, I mean, that's what it is, 3 million and some transactions per one complaint. God, I think most retailers would love to have that, but that's all it is.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any other questions for this panel. That ends the hearing for Senate Bill 303. It ends our hearings for today. We need to give Tammy about 5 minutes to get ready for voting. Thank you.